Ну ладно.
Welcome to Ballet Mermoni.
Что-то нихуя не вижу. А вот вижу. Ну как, нормально звук или нет? Интересно, проверю. Так. Всем привет! Сегодня будем проходить сюжетку основную. Наконец-то дошли до нее. Делаем. Так, куда мы? Я слышу, микрофон появился. Скорее всего, мне его надо починить. Секунду. Так, вроде норм. Так. Нет, я норм вроде. Так, ладно. Приступим к сюжету. Так, ну, так вот сделать. Ну, сначала видео еще записывать. Такая же стать. Так. Делаем так.
My people are used to the desert life,
Дохи.
but still.
Стой. Надо. Давай так. Оп. Начать запись. Всем привет, и сегодня мы будем наконец проходить снова сюжетку. Дошел до этой сюжетки, хоть и мне было так лень, можно сказать, ее проходить. Потому что в Геншин я уже как-то не хочется играть, хотелось 4.2, когда выйдет, скорее всего, пока почаще все-таки играть. Надеюсь на это. Так что, ладно, погнали проходить снова сюжетку.
Disappearances case has been solved. No one's going to come after us for it. Why don't we stay and rest up here for a while? Even machines in Fontaine need to stop and recharge now and then. Oh, come on! This place isn't that bad. Besides, how often do we get to stay in an actual base? Oh, fine, fine. author is about to release a new book, so Paimon wanted to buy it as soon as it came out and have a quiet place to read it. Yippee! Then it's agreed. Come on, let's get some sleep. We'll need to be up first thing in the morning. Paimon didn't expect that style at all. Even though it's a detective novel, it's also like a social documentary. No! Paimon just spends a bit.
Excuse me, but do you know if the Traveler and Paimon are lodging here?
Huh? Who are you? Paimon doesn't recall seeing you before.
A blonde traveler and a chatty little fairy. Looks like I found the place. Good thing I asked the speak.
Hey, what do you mean by chatty? Paimon's always careful not to talk too much.
It's an honor to meet you both. I was sent from the Palais Mermonia. Monsieur Nourilette wishes to see you. It seems he has something important to discuss and...
Nivelette? He wants to see us again already? Huh. He talked so much the last time we...
I am not privy to the details. It would be best if you came to the Palais Mermonia and asked Monsieur Nour...
If you say so, but...
Now that I've delivered the message...
Thanks! We haven't left the room for a few days, so we'll head over once we've freshened up a bit.
Я просто учил. А, сюда. Так, и кое-что еще. После основного сюжета, как я закончу, он где-то 6 часов будет длиться. Я, скорее всего, либо завтра, воскресенье, либо в понедельник буду записывать в робокс режиме, который мне раньше нравился, именно часть один вышла. Я надеюсь, я не проебусь как с тем режимом, который я хотел записать, правда. Ну, это точно буду записывать, потому что мне раньше нравился. И я надеюсь, я не проебусь с этим. Ну, если проебусь, так проебусь, в принципе. Все равно меня никто не смотрит, прям что. Так что, ничего страшного, в принципе, не будет. Здоровчик.
Yes, I did send someone to fetch you. But as for what I'd like to discuss next... well...
Given that we've already made the trip here, you should just tell us. But you know...
I do indeed have something I'd like to ask you to do. However, you should wait until after I tell you the details, then the situation is this. It has come to my attention that the Snezhnayan Harbinger known as the Knave wants a diplomatic meeting with you, correct?
That's that one.
I heard that she was originally from Fontaine, but for her to suddenly arrive here and abruptly request such a meeting like this, I sincerely advise you to refuse her invitation outright. I'm sure you're aware that her purpose is most likely related to Child's recent predicament. We convicted one of the Snezhnayan Harbingers in a court of law, but we have yet to provide any form of detailed report on the matter. This does indeed provide an opportunity for... I believe we should adopt an evasive stance until we can provide a proper explanation and have a preliminary plan on how to deal with the matter.
No, we shouldn't. I think we should agree to the meeting.
Oh?
Well, you see, we are the ones that owe an explanation. If we keep putting off the meeting, it could easily resolve. It's like a fight between two friends. If they don't agree to see each other and talk in person, isn't it possible?
Though diplomatic relations between Fontaine and Snezhnaya could be considered as friendly, it is only superficially so. You wouldn't go...
It was just an analogy.
Moreover, even if we were to talk in person, if we don't have sufficient information prepared...
I don't think we should overthink those possibilities yet. Even if the logic of the divine is not immediately. Besides, you'll be at the meeting. If any problems do pop up, you'll have no problem navigating them.
I must clarify that interacting and communicating with people outside of court is not. But more importantly, when did I agree to join the meeting with you?
Oh.
You mean you won't come? No, that won't do. I can't go to the meeting alone. You have to accompany me. I'm not...
Lady Farina, could there be something else regarding this matter that is being kept from me?
No, not at all. Look, I am the Hydro Archon of Fontaine, Focalor, the god of justice who is loved and adored by many. So I only hope that justice will be served in this matter. Don't overthink it. I'll go find someone to arrange.
Though it could officially be considered a diplomatic conference, I prefer to see our meeting today as an ordinary tea party. I assume you see it the same way, Miss Farina?
4. Oh shit. Не 4.
Lady Farina?
Yes, that's right. Just like you said, a tea party. I should thank you to make this tea party even more.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Monsieur Neuvillette. I was born in Fontaine, so naturally, there's no need to introduce the nation's revered
Hello. The pleasure is also mine.
First, I would like to thank the two of you. I'm often away on business outside of Fontaine, and I'm told that the children of the House of the Hearth have been... Oh, I'm not referring to when my children, Linny and Lynette, were falsely accused by you. The children of the House of the Hearth are often misunderstood, perhaps due to the reputation of the Fatui. All I meant to say is that Fontaine has been stable in recent years. The people are... That is something truly worth cherishing, and...
Now then, you have come regarding the matter of child.
Well, yes. It appears the ever-busy Udex Neuvillette doesn't wish to waste time with diplomatic Yes, as you surmised, understanding child's situation is indeed one of... As we are both diplomats from Snezhnaya, as well as Fatui harbingers, Child and I have always been colleagues. Were anything to happen in Fontaine, each of us would serve as the other's attorney to... So now, in my capacity as his attorney, I request that Child be turned over to Snezhnaya. We have a responsibility.
The rules governing attorneys only apply before a trial has concluded. Since a verdict has already been rendered, we see the case as settled.
An outright refusal. Very well. I respect all the rules of... Okay, why don't we back up a step? You don't need to transfer Child to us. I only request to enter the Fortress of Meripede to see Child. It's not like you couldn't even manage to fulfill a simple request like that. Right, Miss Farina?
About that.
The Fortress of Meripede has always been completely autonomous. Even we have no authority to interfere there, and diplomatic issues do not suffice as an excuse. However, if you absolutely must confirm the situation of...
The knave showed up already? Well, Linny did say that father will be returning. We didn't even know that Linny was from the House of the Hearth at the time, so we kinda overlooked that information.
200 клонить, что он необычный.
Yes, thank you for your kind advice. I also noticed that Lady Farina acts a little odd and unnatural whenever I bring up matters.
Could the knave be threatened?
If that were the case, then why wouldn't Lady Farina inform me? And what means could the knave possibly have to twist the arm of...
So maybe that's not very likely. Even though Farina can't...
In reality, this problem is even more thorny than it appears. According to reports from the Fortress of Meripede, Child recently disappeared under mysterious circumstances. The details are still unclear. We cannot rule out an escape, but there have also been no reports of him outside of the fortress of Meripede. Special guards oversee the fortress, and its internal systems are extensive. Combined with the special characteristics of the surrounding terrain, I was only willing to share this information with you because you are friends of Child, and it is my duty to see justice done.
So this is what you wanted to see us about before.
Yes. I would like you to go to the fortress of Meripede and invest. This was my proposal during our meeting with the Knave. Rather than allowing her to intervene, I offered to send someone to find out about Child's. The Knave did not seem satisfied by my proposal, but she still agreed to go along with it for the time being.
So that means we bought ourselves some time.
Firstly, you're already acquainted with Child. Your eyes may discern relevant details there that others would miss. And secondly, is the consideration of the unique nature.
Isn't it just Fontaine's prison?
I would not define it so crudely. The Fortress of Meripede is not affiliated with the court system of Fontaine on paper. Early in Fontaine's history, criminals were punished with exile, not imprisonment. Even today, sentences against the Fortress of Meripede may seem like a prison, but it should in fact be regarded as a gathering. All we do is dispatch guards to keep watch and help maintain security, but we have no right to get involved with any other matters. Although I do have a personal relationship with the administrator there, neither myself nor the courts have the right to be—
Oh, Paimon gets it now. That's why you need us to conduct our own investigation.
Correct. I will arrange false charges against you so that you may secretly investigate inside the— So, are you two willing to accept my proposal?
Yeah, no matter how you look at it, it seems we're the best choice. Alright, we hereby—
You two have my sincere thanks. This matter is of critical importance to Fontaine's current situation. Also, we will rendezvous at the Fortress of Meripede's entrance on Erinius once you've prepared yourselves.
Prepared ourselves?
Perhaps you could enjoy a good meal and have a nice bath. I'm afraid that living conditions inside the fortress are nothing like those on the outside.
Alright! Even though we'll be there on trumped-up charges, on second thought, is it too late to back out?
Please do not worry. Since you are sacrificing both your time and quality of life for the sake of delivering this report, you will be compensated according to the highest standards permitted to legal staff.
Now that's more like it! Come on, Traveler, let's go eat the best meal we can find! We'll eat so much that we won't need to eat another meal for—
Are you leaving now? In that case, please take this cake as a token of my person.
Где? Где? Не понял. Ладно. Куда?
I'll have that, and that! Oh, and one of those two! Ooh, and no Fonta, thank you! That cake was pretty good. But as soon as Paimon remembered that we were about to go to prison, Paimon's stomach suddenly became completely empty. Now that Paimon thinks about it, we've always been super careful ever since we arrived in Fontaine. But here we are, about to willingly send ourselves off. Let's just try our best to investigate everything quickly once we—
Oh, what is that I hear? Is it the taste of a breaking story?
Ну, привет.
Hey! You can't hear a taste! And what are you doing here?
Oh, don't remind me. I invited an eyewitness to a case to eat here, and I was planning to get some great material out of him. But he didn't even show up. Calm down, calm down. This is nothing new. As a journalist, you should be used to this by now. And as long as you can score some juicy tidbits from the traveler, you might still be able to recover the cost of the meal.
You know we can still hear you.
Never mind. It's nothing. I just heard you mention the Fortress of Meripede.
No way! We would never! We're just going there to... Oh no! Paimon almost forgot that Neuvillette told us to keep it a secret!
Huh? You're being arrested for that? Oh. But now that I think about it, I suppose that's not completely unreasonable. That's pretty despicable. Almost as offensive as committing...
You mean Paimon really did something that serious? Sorry, Paimon really messed up.
Well, in that case, it's nothing particularly newsworthy after all. Oh, Oh, right. There's still a chance. Since you're going to be at the Fortress of Meripede,
Yes.
would you be willing to help me gather some material for a story?
About that,
Oh, it's nothing difficult. All you have to do is think of a way to get some time face to face. He was awarded the honorary title of Duke in Fontaine. Sounds really cool, huh? Only those who have made significant contributions to the nation have been conferred. On top of that, the Fortress of Meripede has never been under the jurisdiction of the courts. Practically nobody. Oh, if I could write an exclusive article about him, I bet it would sell a boatload of papers.
you make it sound easy, but...
Of course. I wouldn't ask you to do it for free. So this meal is on me.
Alright, you got a deal. We'll do anything...
Then it's settled. The food should be here any second, right? Huh? Wait, just how much did you order?
Вот это заказ.
Oh, Paimon's so full. Well, guess we have nothing to regret now, so let's get going.
А не проще сразу вот так сюда перцы и все. Блин. Подожди, она такая большая, разве? Она же... И это типа телепорт такой, блядь. Просто она же вроде здесь находится.
Wait. Paimon just said something really ominous, didn't she?
Как вот эти? И как? Ну тут можно, окей. Ведро было где-то внизу скрылось. Привет, Невелит.
You have come, just as promised. Yes, this is the one and only entrance to the Fortress of Meripede from Irenaeus. Careful. You may want to step back a bit.
Whoa! So you have to go down from here? Is the prison underwater?
Utilizing both the barrier of the water as well as the fear humans have of the depths, the Fortress of Meripede is naturally the perfect. But do not worry. It is not nearly as frightening inside as you may think.
You're right. Don't know about you.
Oh, and there's one more thing. I mentioned that I have had personal dealings with the administrator of the fortress, Wriothesley. He's a very shrewd fellow.
Yeah, we heard about him too. He's that dude.
Correct. He is the highest-ranking manager of the underwater prison. Even though you are going there to investigate at my behest, It would behoove you to have... The Duke rarely ever leaves the fortress of Meripede, but that does not mean he is not privy to all that is happening inside and outside the fortress. He is quiet, but... All right, that's about all the time that we have to talk
Don't worry, we won't let you down.
Good. Madeline!
I'm here, Monsieur Nervalet. These two are the newest convicts, I presume? Don't worry, they won't escape on my watch.
Красиво, наверное.
Like we would try.
Ставим
Please follow me,
бомбей.
you two. I'll process your paperwork for entering the fortress of Meripede.
Давайте кушать задание. Как название то другим заданием.
We should prepare while we can. Then make a
Чё
preemptive
это?
strike against the enemy.
А что-то еще что ли есть? Что-то было еще, ну ладно. Ну чё по... Это не... А, лифт. Я думал, блядь, пешком быть. Иди туда. Лифт.
Are we already underwater now? Huh.
Шерманинской
So this is
частички.
what it feels like to be a criminal in Fontaine.
You two seem to be taking this pretty well. It's rare to see convicts in such a good mood.
Мгм.
Monsieur Nervalet personally requested I escort these two convicts. I suppose he was concerned others might not be up to the task.
Ну, как бы так и есть.
Well, now, aren't you the lucky one? Must be nice to be on good terms with the big shots like the Chief Justice.
Well, have you tried service with a smile? Who knows, it might help your...
Yeah, right. As if. Every criminal even if I did smile at them, the convicts would probably just think that I'm some freak getting some kind of twisted and...
Oh, she's got a point.
Well, I've finished transferring you. You two will register here, and Mirette will guide you.
Yep. I'll take it from here. You head on back to that bright and sunny world above. Okay, let me see. You are the Traveler and Paimon, correct?
That would be us.
Let me confirm your charges and sentence. Let's eating a cake specially prepared for the Archon by a Snezhnayan envoy without the Archon's permission, thereby incapacitating the political center of Fontaine for a brief period. Sentence: 45 days?
Беспалевно.
Wait.
Just looking at the charges, it seems you two are capable of causing... And considering how fond Lady Furina is of sweets, this crime is tantamount to trying to assassinate the Hydro Archon herself. Now I've seen everything. Anyway, we still need to finish processing. Please stand in front of the board over there. I'll take your mug shots.
Oh, all right. But be sure to catch Paimon's good...
Заебить в тюрьму. Ай, хуй с ней, давай. Весело. Ты же и
And
рабочая,
we're
я так
done.
понял.
Thank you for your cooperation. Next, someone will be along to guide you inside the fortress. Please be sure to...
Huh? Rebirth? Isn't that a little much? We're only gonna be here for...
You two are the new inmates, right? Follow me.
Oh, okay. Paimon is Paimon.
Save it. Not like I'll remember your names.
Ух ты. Прикольно.
So, are you one of the guards here? It... Did Paimon already...
Why should I tell you anything? What's in it for me? This is exactly why I can't stand new fish. I wouldn't even be doing this if it weren't for the credit coupons.
Credit coupons?
Alright, seeing as you're not the annoying kind that's getting dragged in here crying and blubbering, I guess I can tell you a few things. But next time, Mora means nothing here. Here, we use credit coupons. Coupons can get you almost anything in the Fortress of Meripede. Desires? Fulfilled. You want
So, credit coupons are a currency that can only be...
It's not as simple as that. Like Moret said, everyone gets a chance at rebirth. No matter how much money or power you had before, it means nothing once you set foot inside the Fortress of Meripede. Everyone starts from the same place, and you have a chance at a new, less terrible... I guess that's the real purpose of the coupons. They symbolize true fairness and true justice. And this is also exactly why so many criminals choose not to return to the outside world.
Oh, so that's what the Fortress of Meripede is like.
It certainly ain't all sunshine and roses here, but it's also not the worst place to be. You'd better take a good look at the scenery now. After being away from the sunlight for so long, even the terrifying depths of the sea start to feel like, oh, I'm actually an inmate like you two. Welcoming newcomers is a job I've picked up to earn some extra coupons.
Why aren't you answering us?
I've told you enough for free. Any more info is gonna cost you.
So all you care about is Mora! Wait, no.
Almost there. It's down through here. Your turn to give it
Зашибись частями, блин. Ну чё тут?
Course of action has its risks.
Тут еще... А, тут телепорт есть. Ладно. А вода здесь обычная? Нет. Куда идти-то? Нет, что ли? А, снова нет. Сколько часов времени?
So, we're going even deeper now? Just how deep down are we?
It's like a metaphor for your previous life, isn't it?
But our lives weren't that bad.
Реально, что так долго дают? Пиздец. А вот и сама тюрьма. Да, ну этажом тут такое. Этажей, этажом.
So this is the actual entrance to the fortress of... It looks like there are other new arrivals, too. Oh, they sure don't look happy. Maybe we look too relaxed for fresh convicts. Oh, right. We're on someone else's territory now. If we're discovered, even Neuvillette might not be able to rescue us. Hey! Don't scare Paimon!
Look, I don't really know you, and I have no idea what kind of crime you committed, but...
Someone important? Paimon doesn't think so.
Now's not the time to worry about that. Anyway, it's over there, so... You just go on over there by...
What was that all about? Wait a second. Are there usually so many garter mechs around here? They're already onto us?
Prisoners numbers 7459 and 7560. Welcome. Oh, no need to be anxious. These Gardamex aren't here to attack. When I heard that you were friends of Monsieur Neuvillette, I had the Gardamex come and wait in formation.
Зашибись.
Wait, you know about our connection with Neuvillette?
The seafloor isn't as cut off from the world as you might imagine. However, I'm afraid that I know nothing more than that you... And as you can see, committing a crime means being sentenced here, even if you're friends with the Chief Justice.
The Duke! Greetings, Your Grace. Lovely weather today, isn't it?
Oh, greetings, my good fellow. Well, I'm willing to imagine that the weather is as good outside the sea as you say it is.
My profuse apologies. I just got so nervous when I...
So this is the Duke. He sure looks a lot younger than Paimon imagined.
The Traveler and Paimon, correct? Mr. Deacon here was responsible for your welcome. Outstanding. Well, Deacon, I recall we discussed fate during our last work meeting, I believe that fate will reward all... When you return to your bunk, you'll find the guards have issued some extra credit coupons.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Your Grace. Oh, and you too. I can't believe you gave me such praise. If you need anything in the future...
Well, I believe that concludes the introductions. We've already taken enough time here. Deacon.
Yes, Your Grace. I'll take my leave now.
Веселый сразу.
Please, follow me. To make you feel more welcome, I'll show you around the various facilities of the Fortress of...
He's going to personally give us a cure? Huh. Paimon can't figure out what this guy's thinking at all. No wonder Charlotte's so interested in him. He's one of those mysterious types. Alright, let's keep up with...
Ну, с ним даже разговаривать нельзя. Да. Ух ты.
There's no need to be so reserved. The label of criminal is nothing but one of many identities. And being criminally inclined here at the fortress is...
Is it really okay for the warden to think like that? We're real criminals, you know.
Well, then, maybe you'll be able to carve out a name and a place for yourselves in this underwater... But, before you go in swinging, please remember that in the Fortress of Meripede, it's better to not cause trouble for yourself. Now, we've arrived at a very important place. The Coupon Cafeteria. You can come here and claim one welfare...
Welfare meal? You mean, it doesn't cost...
That's right. Criminals are essential to Fortress operations, so we must guarantee that they at least have the basic means.
But that's not how it was. Back in the day, it'd cost you reward coupons just to get a couple for fish like you who just arrived with nothing. You'd have to go to work hungry until you earned enough coupons to eat. It was only after His Grace became the administrator that we got the free meal rule. Now everyone gets a square meal every day, even no-good slackers who've never picked up a wrench in their whole lives. Nobody starves to death here.
In the Fortress of Meripede, credit coupons are the only currency, and everything must be purchased. In some sense, you could say using the coupon, but trade is always conducted by people. So if we want trade here to prosper, we need everyone to work hard and live their lives. If nobody could even afford a meal, then the whole fortress would be up in arms. And that would only make things more difficult. So, rather than saying that we're giving everyone a free meal here, you should say that everyone's...
Your Grace's reasoning is correct, but what I said is also true. Whatever the case, hard work is rewarded here. You'd be hard-pressed to find anywhere else as fair and reasonable.
Right! Paimon sees your point. By that logic, Oh, wait, no. We shouldn't drop our guard so quickly. But it seems the inmates really respect the Duke because of it.
Let's continue this way. This place is known as the Pancration Ring. Sometimes we have criminals who have more energy than they know what to do with. Their daily... So, instead of leaving them to their own devices, we've provided them with this dedicated venue.
Pancration matches? And you can earn extra coupons? Oh, what?
But I must warn you that your sentence will be extended if you fail to restrain yourself and end up seriously injuring or killing your opponent.
So, did you set this place up too?
No, actually. I just granted approval for the organizer to use this area to build the ring, and I collect a portion of the proceeds. Of course, the fees are also quite useful.
Oh. Do you mind if we ask what they're using?
Sure. Ensuring personal safety, maintaining the arena, and resolving any conflicts that arise.
Oh, no. Paimon was just wondering if that's how you paid for everyone's welfare meals.
A reasonable guess. I see you have a talent for entrepreneurship.
Oh, you hear that? Paimon has a talent!
That is something you can discuss between yourselves later. Let's move on for now.
Мне наверх. Как наверх сюда? Мотивкой поняли. В бараках. Это... Как таки попасть? И как они туда попасть? Сюда?
Your Grace. Good morning. I mean, good afternoon.
What time indeed? Time waits for no one, so it's best to keep an eye.
My apologies.
Jeez, that guy's so nervous
Sorry. Forgive my manners.
These are the dormitories, which is where inmates sleep. The guards will inform you where you're bunked. In the Fortress of Meripede, criminals usually spend most of their time in either the production zone or the sleep.
The production zone? What does it produce? Is that where we'll be working?
Not necessarily. Though working in the production zone is the most reliable way to earn credit coupons. If you have other skills, you can skip your shifts to earn.
Wow. Wait, you're the manager of this place?
The fact that the Fortress of Meripede has continued operating completely autonomously is proof enough that most people are willing to. As for what we produce, many of the clockwork machines seen all over Fontaine originate from our workshop. Therefore, the Fortress of Meripede is not only a place where criminals serve their sentences, but also, there's no need for me to get into specifics about the production process now. You'll experience it all firsthand when you report for work tomorrow. Let's move on. The tour continues over this way.
You really scared me there. I didn't expect to see you here, Your Grace.
The only thing you should be seeing is the work in front of you. Stay focused and keep up the pace. Oh? Is something...
It's nothing. Paimon's just worried about...
Куда нам сюда? О, это...
Your Grace? What are you doing in the infirmary at a time like this?
Not yet, unfortunately for you. But thank you for your
Then you must be here for those two.
Вот это голос у него, конечно.
Allow me to introduce you. This is the infirmary, and Sigewinne here is the Fortress of Meripede's head nurse.
Hello, new faces. They call me the head nurse, but I actually handle all the nurse-related work all by myself down here.
Since you seem to have some rare downtime with no patients, perhaps you could find the time.
Oh, then these two must be some important convicts.
Thank you. Your presence will be the pièce de résistance for today's tour.
Oh, so the tour part is over now?
I believe I've already covered the primary aspects of life here in the fortress. As for your work, there'll be... I seldom conduct tours, so why don't you just ask if you have...
Well, this is our first time here.
Then let's head back to the coupon cafeteria. Maybe a meal will help you think up some questions.
You should at least try to be excited. Our free meals are actually pretty good here.
Голос, конечно, у него пиздец.
What do you think of the food? Does it meet...
Wow, it looks delicious! Neverlet made it sound like living conditions in the Fortress of Meripede wasn't very good. Who would have guessed that criminals get to eat tasty food like...
Oh, isn't that the meal box that only super lucky people manage to draw?
It actually has nothing to do with luck in this case. I had a word with Walsey, so you didn't...
Oh, you mean the meals are random?
Yes. What you get to eat depends completely on your luck. You could say that it's a distasteful little game that Chef Walls...
Paimon knew it! If criminals got to eat tasty food like this every meal, the crime rate in Fontaine would sky...
Excuse me, did I hear you mention Nervulette just now? I've been wondering how he's doing. Is he busy with...
He seems healthy no matter how you look at him. But he works so hard all the time.
It sounds like he hasn't changed a bit. Looks like you can stop worrying so...
Oh, that's good. But I still feel like it's been too...
No news is good news. Maybe next time I've got something to discuss with him, I can invite you to accompany us.
But isn't the Fortress of Meropide independent from Fontaine?
Well, we provide all kinds of mechanical products for official use, and some essential goods have to be obtained from the overworld, so we naturally have to. Monsieur Neuvillett's character is unimpeachable. No matter the question, you can discuss it openly and freely with him. In light of that, I am quite willing to go out of my way to show respect. In fact, right now, I'm treating you two as guests invited by Monsieur Neuvillette. After this, you two will just be inmates here. You're very welcome. Well, your new life...
Снова подниматься... так вроде.
Traveler in Paimon, right? Listen up. As new inmates, the only thing you need to worry about is what to do and when to do it. Don't make your bunks are right over there. Follow me.
So this is where we'll be sleeping from now on. Oh, Paimon can't believe this! By the way, Traveler, we saw a lot of things worth investigating even though the Duke didn't say it too directly. Judging from what he said at the end, it seems that he was we are criminals, and Paimon did eat that cake. But we're actually here to help Neuvillette. Is it possible that he knows we're here on a mission? Or is Paimon overthinking things? Yeah, Paimon thinks so too. He probably knew why we came here from the very beginning. Maybe something like, hey, I have my eyes on you, so don't try anything funny. Yeah, you're right. It's not like we can go back to Neuvillette empty-handed and say, the Duke looks scary, so we... And besides, the Duke said that he was willing to go out of his way to... So, we at least need to try. But Paimon hasn't gotten a... You mean... Yeah, that's what Paimon was thinking too! Paimon almost spilled the beans, but fortunately, based on his attitude, it looks like the Duke sees Linny as just another in. We worked so hard to help clear Linny and Lynette's names, and yet we turn around and bam! He's in prison anyway! Oh, right! Linny and Lynette are from the House of the Hearth. They work for the Knave, so they could be here to investigate too! Huh? Oh, it's a card! Paimon didn't notice it earlier. It looks like a magician's prop. Lenny must have left it here. It was nice to bump into you again. Let's catch up in the production zone tomorrow. What in the world? It's written like he's greeting a buddy on the street. Paimon thought he'd write something important. If you say so. We can ask him what's going on tomorrow. Hey, you're finally awake! Well, it's Paimon's first day as a prisoner. Last night, Paimon dreamed about getting interrogated by the guards until Paimon told them everything, and then Paimon woke up. Hey, come on! It's just a dream, okay? Paimon wouldn't really squeal.
Hey, lazy bones! What are you still doing here? If you don't want to starve, then get yourselves over to the...
Sorry! We're going right away.
Вот это хоромы, блять. А что, только одна кровать? А, нет, две есть. Детская что кровать. Есть только две, да? Еще ниже, что ли? Я могу здесь спуститься? Нет. Мне реально спуститься надо, конечно. Да. Эти лифты еще искать. Какой тоже. Каких тут лифтов, блядь? Вверх. Что? Какой лифт-то, ёпт? Это начальный вроде, да? Да, это начальный. Ой, эти лифты, блядь. Это наверх, да? Да, это наверх. Вот этот, походу. Да, вот вниз.
Ah, you must be the catch of the day. Looks like you've got some luck getting assigned this space.
Yep, we just arrived yesterday and...
Don't interrupt me when I'm speaking.
Yes, sir.
Listen carefully to my instructions. I don't want any mishaps. Every machine here is worth... Working around these machines can be very dangerous. Do your job well, and you can eat in the cafeteria after your... Anyway, the Fortress of Meropide doesn't want to lose a single one of its machines. And it also doesn't want to...
Got it!
Your job is to use the machine over there to process widgets. Watch carefully, and make sure you step on the pedal at the right time. If the machine gets jammed, then give it a little... Here, take this.
Yes.
Bring me the processed widgets, and I'll give you some credit coupons and...
Разработать. Сейчас. Чтобы завершить ковку. Шипись. Достаточно.
So if the machine gets jammed, you just need to attack it to fix the problem. Once the widget is hot enough to blow, jump to step on the pedal and hit the widget with the hammer.
Я каменщик, блять.
This one is tolerable. Though since the processing is... Alright, I'll pass you for now. And we'll count up how many credit coupons...
Да, угадаю, 3 штуки.
Paimon's exhausted. We're done now, right? Oh, that foreman.
Бука.
He's so scary that Paimon... Ugh. Even though Paimon's starving and wants to head straight to the coupon, he probably just finished up his work.
Сколько? Сколько дали? Кстати, тут можно посмотреть? Где купоны? Слева. А что нельзя? А, на время расследования. А, это именно время. Так, нет, не надо. Лени, где?
Lenny? Mr. Magician? Where are you? Oh, this had better not be some disappearing act. It doesn't seem to be around here. Let's try looking somewhere else.
Помогу активировать. Здесь ничего нет. Шет.
We should prepare while we can, then make a preemptive strike against the enemy.
Ты чё, Watch Dogs играю нахуй? Куда дальше-то? А, туда. Подожди, а туда, да? Это сумма.
I suppose this will do.
Где Леня-то сам? Мини. Ты где? Подожди. 33, 30. Наверху, блин. Потому что здесь я его не вижу. Ну, наверх тогда. Может, наверху. А может, он спрятался под кого-то? Сука. Ну, а, вот и все.
Where could he be? Did he decide to slack off and sleep the day away?
Hey, over here.
Oh, you scared Paimon!
Oh, you scare so easily now?
You little... The only thing we're worried about...
Sorry.
Oh, Lynette! You're here too! You two really up...
That's right. My brother simply can't stand to be away from me.
It's not just Lynette. Fremine is also here. Do you still remember him?
Oh, you mean that diver from the House of the Hearth, right? Now hurry up and tell us. How did you end up as criminals this time? We fought so hard at court to prove you were innocent, but now it looks like our...
Sadly, even the teeniest of things can land you in prison these days. I put together a street performance and used the popularity we gained from the...
And then?
Next, I invited several audience members to participate in the show. And then, with the entire audience...
My brother was charged with theft, and I was charged as his accomplice.
It really isn't that bad. The missing wallets are all in the leftmost drawer of the Maison Gardiennage's big filing...
Yep, we should be released then.
In terms of the magic trick itself, I think the...
Leave it to Lenny to magic himself into prison.
Indeed. Last time I hid my identity from you, I promised that I'd tell you absolutely everything if you... So I don't plan on keeping anything from you this time either. At the moment, we were instructed by the father of our house, the Knave, to come here and conduct an investigation.
Told you so! See?
As for what we're investigating, perhaps you haven't heard, but the fortress of Meropide hides a secret. Some even say that the entire fortress exists just to protect it. The House of the Hearth has been investigating this for a very long... But recently, all of our informants, including the ones that had infiltrated the guard, we believe that this is a direct provocation, and it's the reason why we came here. Father has somehow managed to confirm that Focalors does not have Fontaine's Gnosis.
Huh? How did she manage to learn information that important?
Father has her ways. Many of them are beyond our imagination, and we've never had the chance to see her at work.
It was this information that led us to suspect that Fontaine's Gnosis might be in the fortress of Meropide and is related to that secret.
So it's all about the Gnosis again.
Well, that's about it from our side. How about you two?
Bingo! The Knave has been applying a lot of pressure. She wants to know what happened to Child, so we came here to investigate. Traveler, are we allowed to tell them?
You don't need to worry too much about that. She's just asking for a report on Father used the situation as a pretext to negotiate with two high-ranking officials in the court of Fontaine. She actually just wants to be able to make concessions on this matter for gains elsewhere. Almost like a bargaining chip.
Sometimes you need an excuse to do things you otherwise couldn't. And a harbinger is more valuable.
Of course, it's not a complete farce. If we do manage to find out what happened to Master Child too, then diplomatic relations...
Is it just Paimon? Or does it feel like we're the only ones who actually care about Child's situation?
I wouldn't go that far. Father just has different standards than we do when it comes to what can be sacrificed for an advantage. Even though we have different objectives, we're both here to investigate the fortress of Meropide. As you know, the House of the Hearth has many reasons to seek the Gnosis, but our highest priority remains resolving...
See, I told you.
Is that so? Sure enough, it won't be...
Lenny seems to be thinking pretty hard about something.
Of course he is. Lenny has been looking forward to a chance to reach an understanding with you ever since... Or, I should say, we were really looking for...
Lynette, just tell them everything, why don't you?
It's okay to open up a little.
Very prudent of you, and consistent with your behavior since we first met. That's reasonable. I was prepared for the worst, but you were actually more agreeable than I anticipated. Since Lynette and I arrived here, our investigation uncovered the fact that most people just clammed up and wouldn't talk, but after asking the right questions, we were able to confirm the existence. You should be aware of that while you're investigating.
A forbidden zone? Could that be where Child disappeared?
Good. That's the most suspicious thing about the fortress that we know of so far. We have a few other unanswered questions. Oh, look at the time. You two must be hungry. You should go to the coupon cafeteria and get something.
Oh, that's just what Paimon wanted to hear! Paimon's starving!
Запутаться будет можно. То вверх, то вниз.
Oh, he wasn't kidding. Today's meal is nowhere near as good as last time. Oh, who knows how long it'll be until we're lucky enough to get that super tasty meal again. Forget about it then. We'll just deal with the regular... But life here doesn't seem all that bad. Other than the foreman being kind of mean and the work being pretty tiring.
You think so, mate? If I had a coupon for every seems you fishies still haven't learned your lessons from your life up on the surface. If you take things at face value, Then by the time you reach a dead end, you won't even know how you ended up on that road in the first. I like your attitude. Everyone's been telling you to just follow the rules and not cause any trouble for yourself. Am I right? But what they don't tell you is that the rules aren't exactly what they pretend to be. The truth is, this place has a lot of
Hidden rules?
Not everyone knows about those rules, but whether you know them or not, once you break one, you might encounter something.
Really? Oh, now you're really scaring poor Paimon. Don't joke around like...
Of course. And I'd say that just disappearing would be one of the...
Oh, you mean that if there really are hidden rules, then Child's disappearance might have... in that case, would you tell us some hidden rules? We definitely want...
Come on, mate. This is valuable information.
Paimon understands, but... we...
Yeah, I know. Not like I'm going... Moreover, you're new fish. Freshly caught. And completely out of your element. I'm usually around the rag and bone shop. Just call me V-Doc.
He left. Just like that. Huh. Do you think he's just trying to scare us into buying fake information from him? Yeah. It might be a good place to start in our investigation. Hidden rules, but like he said, we don't have any coupons and we're still not familiar with this place. Oh, there's nothing we can do. Ah! We were so busy talking we almost forgot to eat. Even if it's not the best, it's probably better while it's warm.
Хоромы.
So Paimon just confirmed with the guards that our shift is set for every morning, and we're free to do whatever we want all afternoon. But it seems like most of the other inmates choose to continue working. Oh, and they also said that you can use coupons to skip work in the morning and free up your time. They weren't kidding. Credit coupons really Paimon's so tired. And we'll need to wake up and go to work in the morning. Nighty-night, Traveler. Paimon hopes we can keep making...
Зашибись, сон.
What's wrong? You seem to have something on your mind. Did you dream about something last night? Is that even possible? Unless... Oh, Child's vision! So you had it with you this whole time? Maybe the vision connected Child's consciousness to yours.
О, это было прикольно.
And our investigation has its first major breakthrough! Good thing you... So what did you see in the dream? Do you know where Child went? Huh. Okay. Well, hopefully it'll be a bit more helpful in the future. What's more important now is that it's the start of another new day as prisoners. Let's do our best to earn more credit. What's the plan for today?
Поработать короче.
Let's go! It's time to start working. If that guard Fielding catches us skulking about...
Look who decided to show up. Get your butts in gear and get to work. Time's a wasting. Good, here you go. Remember to give me the widget once you finish.
Все.
I'm on speed. But after so many shifts, it seems we're really getting the hang of it now.
Hey there, fellow shift mates. I saw you finished your work, so I thought I'd come over and say hi.
Oh, hey there! We've seen you before. You're assigned...
That's right. The name's Rowan. This past few days, I couldn't help but notice the new faces working nearby. I've been working here for almost 15 years. Even the foreman, Grainville, always calls me Chief.
Сколько ты работаешь?
Whoa, you've been working here a long time, Chief.
If there's anything you'd like to know, just ask me. I know the work here in the...
All right, Chief. We'll be sure to come to you first.
Did you just ask about the rules? Pretty sharp for newcomers. You've already heard about the rules, huh? Who'd you hear it from? Alright. Seeing as I'm the one who came over here, you're already calling me Chief. I guess the truth is, you two keep working like this, you might be putting yourselves in danger.
Huh? Wait, there's even a rule about that? What would have happened?
Well, it's usually not that easy to break one on accident. The conditions of the hidden rules are usually pretty specific. If you work continuously in the production zone for 3 days, and if all you do besides eating and sleeping is just work, then something bad will happen during lunch on the 3rd day.
Huh? Like what?
If I knew that, then I wouldn't be standing here talking to you, now would I?
You mean, even you have never tried working 3 days?
There's actually a legend about this rule. They say that there was a worker who worked way harder than me. He was both efficient and eager on the job, and most other workers couldn't hold a candle to him. One time, he tried to test his limits and worked as long as he could. Then he disappeared into thin air, as if he'd evaporated. Later, some people went and asked some of his past friends about it.
What the? How could that happen?
Unfortunately, we were assigned different production zones. I never saw for myself what he looked like.
Wait, are you thinking that it was... Huh?
Oh? You... Listen, kid. This ain't the kind of thing you should be curious about. Let me tell you, you're better off forgetting...
Yeah, I agree with Chief here. Do you really want to try? Alright, if you insist. Whoa! Isn't this the super lucky meal? Looks like hard work really does get rewarded. Paimon's gonna take her time and savor every bite. What would you like to do this afternoon?
Давай попробуем.
Sure! If we're not going to work, then let's kill some time at the
Это внизу? Или... это тут. Тут посмотрите, это... Во время... Так. Чё тут?
Oh, you must be the traveler, huh? Sorry, mate, but competitors as strong as you are prohibited from participating. I don't make the rules, mind you, but even convicts value their lives, don't they? But we have a game here that'll let you show off your strength, and you'll even earn...
And if we lose the game, will it cost us?
Of course. That's the cruel reality facing every competitor. Okay, great. The targets in front of you will pop up one after another. You'll need to hit the targets in the same order that they popped up. If you can complete a few rounds in a row with no mistakes, then you'll win credit coupons. But the second you mess up the order, you'll lose. Game over. The game costs 300 credit coupons to have it go. So, you up for it? Thanks for your patronage, mate.
Так. Я могу лучше это сделать? А чё будет?
Keep your eyes wide open.
Возьму это. Могу?
Okay, do your best to hit the targets, just like Colin said.
Не могу. Блять, я уже забыл. Не понял.
I'll be. They weren't exaggerating about how strong you are. Don't worry,
Seems we
had a productive day. Hope we can make even more progress. Maybe we can make some progress in our investigation today. What do you have planned for us?
Степени работы без перерыва.
Let's go. Credit
Ну хотя бы не пешком, сука.
Look who decided to show up. Get your butts in gear and get to work. Time's a wasting. Oh? What's with suddenly wanting to work so hard? You need coupons that...
Sure. Let's just say we really want to test our limits.
А, ну, отдыхать можно.
Nice! We did well today. Let's keep it up! Ooh, Paimon's had it. Who knew that processing...
Это тоже все. Видно, что там
Опа. That's it. Paimon doesn't even have the energy to talk anymore. Oh, Paimon's exhausted. Wait a sec. Now that Paimon thinks about it, haven't we been working non-stop for... Oh, Paimon feels a shiver going down her... But it doesn't seem like anything's changed at all. And we made it to the coupon cafeteria. Are the so-called hidden rules only a rumor after all? Well, there's no use to just guessing all day. Paimon's stomach has been grumbling the whole time. Let's just eat already. Paimon wonders what we'll get today. Maybe we'll get the super lucky meal. Wait, what? What in the world is this? What's with Paimon's food? Is this stuff meat? But it looks and feels so bizarre. What kind of chef would make food like this?
Что-то мне напоминает это мясо, блять. То ли из этих, то ли из кого.
What do you think is going on? Is this the bad thing that Rowan was talking about? No, stop right there. Paimon gets what you mean, just don't say it. Hey, isn't that Woolsey over there? He must have made the food right. Hey, Woolsey, have a moment?
What is it? I'm about to go report the numbers for today's free meals.
It's about the meat in our meals.
The meat? Oh, that. Looks perfectly fine to me.
How could this be fun? Hey! What should we do now? Woolsey wouldn't even give us the time of day. Yeah, looks like we have no other choice. Paimon was positively... What would you like to do this afternoon? Yeah, Paimon felt like some of the people here were a little strange the moment she saw...
Мне это мясо напоминает это. Если оно мне есть вообще. Если оно. Вот эта хуйня напоминает. Только не помню, с кого он не падает, блядь. Цели так. Что случайно? Все. Мясо.
Oh, hello. You two are the ones who were with...
No need to be so nervous.
Sorry. I couldn't help but think of His Grace once I saw you, and, well, it's hard to say. Maybe I am. He's got a very overwhelming presence.
Wait, seriously?
Oh, I'm always indecisive, and I tend to make a mess of things. It's like a reflex. I just instantly start to tense up the moment I... What? Please, don't say anything like that out loud.
Listen, as long as you stick to your own path, it doesn't matter what Mother...
Наверное. Решил, что? Так, ну сначала наверх, наверное.
Throws at you.
I was injured a bit just now. Nothing major, I think I just pulled something.
Huh. Paimon wouldn't have thought someone as experienced as—
I just knew you would say that. This is pretty embarrassing.
Oh, you mean she wasn't in the infirmary?
Yeah. The rumors say that there's never anybody in the infirmary in the half hour before.
Huh. That's actually really strange. Cedrine's always super—
Forget it. I can take care of a small sprain like that.
Hey, look! There's something here! That suspicious guy peeking into the infirmary just now. Are they a fan of Cedrine? He must have dropped this. Look, the Melusine perceive the world very differently from humans. As a result, their sense of aesthetics and beauty is also very different from that of humans. Ooh, this all sounds pretty serious. He sure did his homework. And as for the notebook, let's take it.
Тут ничего нет. Так, это у нас не то. Так, привет.
Oh, wonderful. I was worried that you'd be busy trying to earn reward coupons all the time.
Paimon likes having more coupons, but no one wants to work all— Have you also been investigating the area, Lynette?
No, I was just slacking off, and you happened to catch me. My brother is still obsessed with anything remotely related to the Forbidden Zone. But knowing him, it won't be long before we get— Oh, before I forget,
Huh? Credit coupon?
I've been here longer than you. Coupons aren't a resource in particularly short supply.
Aw, that's so nice of you, Lynette. We'll be sure to make good use of—
Тут есть для телепорта. Так, где у нас этаж ниже? Так, а с кем? Давай с тобой.
Hey, it's the Traveler and Paimon. No need to tease me, okay? I won't— Listen, I feel ashamed about last time. Thank you for praising me in front of His Grace. Here are the extra—
Huh? No, we couldn't take them.
But when I was welcoming you, I didn't do anything but give you the stink eye. Come on, I insist. These coupons are nothing.
Все, в принципе. Говорить не с кем. Осталось. Привет.
Cedrine? Aren't you supposed to be in the infirmary? What are you doing?
Hello, Traveler. Paimon? Everyone's usually busy around now.
And we don't have any patients to look after in the infirmary. Enjoy? It's really worth watching. I often stand here and observe everyone. Humans are just so interesting and adorable. I like to watch your expressions while you work. Are you talking about pets or people? Oh, I can see why you think that, but you shouldn't jump to conclusions. See, we Melazines are a different species, and we see the world very differently from humans. It's very easy for me to observe everyone's condition. All it takes is one look, and I can tell which workers are exhausted. Wait, Melazines can see that? Huh. Yes, running around tending to everyone's health is very fulfilling. But take care of your body, and make sure you eat well. Always rest when you're tired from work, and don't push yourself too hard. We'll definitely take care of ourselves. Thanks for the reminder.
А, у меня же это есть, что повязать. Поспать.
Oh, you want to stop investigating and go rest? Okay, you should rest up. So after working a few days straight, we got some strange... Has our investigation turned up anything useful recently? Really? And it looked well? We'll keep searching for more clues. Maybe we can make some progress in our investigation today. What do you have planned for us?
Просто побывайте на рынке. Я уж там был. Ну ладно. Ладно.
After working here so long, but doing the same thing all the time can get... Yeah, it's good. Oh, just a regular meal set. What would you like to do this afternoon? Knowing Child, he must have been there all...
Oh, back for another try? I hope you brought enough credit coupons this time. All right, then get ready.
Okay, do your best to hit the targets, just like Colin said!
Your strength really shouldn't be underestimated. Now I get why nobody who values their life would be willing to get in the ring with you. However, you two haven't tried betting on the app. Just go talk to Rusimov. Buy a ticket for whichever fighter you think will win. There's a big...
But we don't know anything about the fighters.
That's normal. Just watch a few matches and get a feel for the fighters. It won't be long before you can pick winners in your...
He's got a point. Why don't we give it a try? If we have enough coupons...
Bet at random, huh? Well, how should I put it?
Huh? We shouldn't get too carried away. What's the problem?
What? I never even picked a boxer before, and you already know about the rules? You're not just strong fighters. Seems you're pretty perceptive, too. Might as well tell you about it, since you already know that much. Plus, I think you've got the potential. Besides, I don't want to risk ever losing a customer like you.
Is it that...
Okay. The hidden rule here is, if you buy both boxers' tickets, something bad will happen the next morning.
So the rule is that we shouldn't pick both boxers in the same fight. But if anyone actually did that, wouldn't they... And what do you mean by something...
How would I know? Not like I'm stupid enough, but I've heard a story about the rule. According to the rumor, there was a masked boxer who possessed incredible skill and power. However, in the final match, the organizers told him to take off his mask. And after that, he was never seen again. Some say he died, or that he was taken care of by the... In his eyes, supporting both boxers in a match would dishonor the
So you mean it's like a curse? He'll take vengeance on anyone who does that?
No, he was always wearing a mask, like he was intentionally trying to hide his identity.
Traveler, do you think that boxer was... Huh?
You're not serious, are you? Look, here I was just trying to be nice and warn you, yet here you are trying...
Yeah, it sounds pretty scary to Paimon. Seems you've made up your mind.
Betting on both fighters will set you back about 3,000 credit coupons. If you have enough, then go ahead and give it a try. Just don't come running back to me if some...
Ну, у меня есть, в принципе.
Aw, looks like we won't get a chance to sleep in as... Maybe we can make some progress in our investigation today. What do you have planned for...
Да, деньги у меня есть, в принципе. Да,
After
поработаем.
working here so, but doing the same thing all the time... Yeah,
Скипать можно. Ну, сколько же зарабатывал?
Whoa! Isn't this the super lucky meal? Paimon's gonna take her time and savor... What would you like to do this... Maybe we'll be able to find some leads there.
Are you two here to buy tickets? Better be...
Who are the boxers in the next...
We have the reigning champ, Le Grappler, versus a contender from the Eastern Prison Block, Demon Horde.
Are those their nicknames, or did they choose those names themselves?
Since you're new around here, I'll help you out and give you a little suggestion. Even though Le Grappler is the crowd Anyway, for this match, I recommend that you... Huh? I can tell you're new to this, but I didn't think you were... Maybe you don't quite understand the rules, no?
Oh, no need.
All right then, if you're absolutely sure.
Yeah, we got it. Just shut up.
Shut up. Shut up. Зашибись. Shut up. Мой маня, блядь.
We woke up so early today that Paimon's been nodding off all...
Hey, Traveler. Paimon. package here for you. The next time you buy something, go pick it up yourself. I'm not a delivery man, you know.
Huh? A package? For us? Did you buy something, Traveler? Paimon's not quite awake yet, so why don't you go take a look? Ah, right! Yesterday we broke the hidden rule and bought tickets for both boxers. Oh, maybe this Paimon suddenly feels wide awake. Wait, maybe let Paimon go hide somewhere first. Just call Paimon after you opened it.
Типичный Паймон.
Hey, wait! Paimon's still here! Don't open it! Huh? Let Paimon take... Oh, it's just a small bottle. But the color of the liquid inside looks so wrong. Almost like... Alright, that's enough of that. No need to say it out loud. Paimon already knows what you're trying to say. Ugh! No way! Get that stuff away from Paimon! Paimon thinks we shouldn't open the bottle until we figured out what's going on. What do you have planned for us? Though it feels nice to slack off a little, let's work.
Так, я думаю, так, видео уже до хрена весит, ну не весит, а продление, так что я, наверное, заканчиваю. И потом сразу следующий был запись, так что всем пока, до скорой встречи. Так, видео мы хуярим. Так, я отключусь ненадолго.
Where I'm from, if we didn't keep moving, we'd freeze to death. Literally. You know, there are better ways to seek out our enemies than, well, standing here. This place is pretty dead. By which I mean, there's nothing to kill.
Так, что у нас? Так. Так, продолжаем. Так, надо включить запись снова. Всем привет! Сегодня мы снова продолжаем проходить основную сюжетку. Так, что у нас? Ничего, погнали. Где это? Наверху. Наверху? Нет, внизу. Бля.
If there's no way to send it all out, then maybe I'll
Who are you? We've never seen you before, and
I'm not! Of course I'm not. Please, don't mistake me for a criminal.
Then what are you doing here?
I'm a promoter for Fontico, and I'm usually responsible for promoting our drink products. I thought I could complete my task here quickly and return to headquarters.
Oh, a promoter from Fontico? So what kind of problem did...
I'm so upset. After discussing the company's promotional plans with him, he told me outright that However, in light of our long history of successful collaboration, I still tried to patiently explain the details. However, let me take a moment and recall his exact words. I'm just gonna stop you there and say no. If anything, I'm saving you time. It seems you don't fully understand the value of credit coupons here, nor do you understand the value of your own products. The former is because you are from the overworld. That's understandable, and I don't blame you for that. But as for the latter, only someone monumentally stupid, so breathtakingly stupid, that they were completely ignorant of the value of credit coupons, despite living in the Anyway, that's how he rejected my proposal and asked...
well, he is the head honcho here. Not much you can do about that. We meant it to it.
Fine, fine. I know, I should just let it go. I'm on his...
Может это Фанта? Фанта, блять, Фанта. Тут написано 11. Почему была, блять? Ладно. Это куда? Подожди, там внизу. Тут есть подсказки.
Hey, I heard you crazy fools really did it. You bought tickets to support...
Well, the next day we received a mysterious package, but we
So it is real. You didn't become cursed or anything like that, did you? Are you both still okay? Wait.
Paimon's not sure. What do you think, Traveler? Is Paimon still... Oh, okay. Well, that's good.
Yeah, you two don't seem to have changed at all. Still, I didn't expect you would actually do it. You'd actually throw away coupons like that just to satisfy...
Even if we bought tickets like everybody else, it's not like we could hope to earn any coupons. When it comes to things like this, it's always the organizer who makes the...
Hey, just what are you trying to imply? The Pancration Ring is an honest business, and we make so little that even the current tournaments can only be held thanks to funding from the producer of Fanta.
Oh, so it's the company that manufactures Fanta sponsoring the events?
Let's just say it's a mutually beneficial arrangement. They reached out to us first, hoping to promote Fanta products in the Fortress of Meropide. Anyway, you try and take extra good care.
Hey, what are these papers scattered all? Maybe not. Every page has the Fontico symbol on it. Okay. But if someone catches us, they could accuse— Oh! You're right. Guess there's nothing to worry about then. Let Paimon have a look here. Without assistance from the Fontaine Research Institute, development of the new product has been slow. We have no choice but to let the new product undergo the first phase of promotional trials. Without a designated name or path, we have decided to only conduct closed, small-scale trials. Sure doesn't seem like anything unusual. The company is just trying to— let's put these papers back where we found them and make it look like nobody went through.
Вот фонд это та вода, блять, водородная, как называется. Вот чай это же вроде не из Фонтейна. А вода только на фонтенцах живет. На фонтенцах. Делать так, чтобы они пропали, разве нет? Походу это вода делает, чтобы все исчезли. Больше не могу сказать.
No time to lose.
Хотя она красного цвета. Интересно.
Huh. We ended up here without even thinking about it. Alright. But remember that we bought this time with coupons, so... What is this garbage? Ooh, it looks disgusting! What would you like to do this afternoon?
Давай поработаем.
After working here so long, we're really starting to get the hang, but doing the same thing all the time can get old pretty quickly. Yeah, it's good to kick back. A mysterious box? A bottle of crimson liquid? Do you have any ideas, Traveler?
А, типа мы можем до сих пор исследовать, либо все.
Really?
У нас все.
Well, maybe we'll have...
То есть у нас по сути все загадки-то. Разгадки.
Okay, so we've investigated 2 of the hidden rules. We'd better pick up the pace with our investigation, otherwise we'll never get anywhere. Yeah, let's skip work for...
Здесь еще есть. Ну, разве мы не все уже не искали? Ну-ка.
Hey, isn't that Vidok over there? Huh.
Seeing you at this time must mean you've already saved up a lot of credit coupons. Or at least enough to skip. Impressive.
So, now can you tell us about the hidden rules you know?
If that's what you want to know.
Huh? What do you mean it's...
Leonid and those other pesky broke urchins have all gone to work in the production zone.
We get it, just tell us...
So, you know those pipes that make strange sounds? Don't ever, ever go near them at night. Even if you manage to avoid the guards.
Something even more terrible.
A group of cannibals.
Cannibals? In the Fortress of Meripede?
Every month, they meet a few times in the dead of night. Rumor has it they might, but what's even scarier is that they have since they have no way to dispose of the leftover remains, they have ways to transform them into other forms.
Paimon might already know what you mean by other forms. So So that's what's going on here. Oh, Paimon.
You two look pretty skeptical. No, Matt, I've got things to do too. I suggest you just act like I never told you anything.
Traveler, can we just trust him on this one? Oh, Paimon doesn't want her blood and flesh entombed here for all eternity. Oh, so that's how you see the situation. Huh. You know, Paimon does feel a little better about it. When will all the secrets end? Vidok isn't here. But the guys who went to work in the morning...
Just stay away from...
What? What are you saying? You shouldn't go around saying stuff.
What are you talking about? Listen.
Their attitude sure is suspicious. Like they're trying to avoid us. But if they're being so obvious about acting weirdly... Oh, this is all getting way too creepy for Paimon. So you mean we still need to investigate some more? Hello, Fielding.
What do you want? Criminals like you ought to be working right now. Catch my...
We just want to ask you a simple question. Have you ever discovered anything odd during your nighttime patrols?
Why are you asking about something like that? Whatever happens at night isn't your concern.
Well... Right! We've heard it happens a few times every month. Paimon has sensitive ears, so it makes it hard to...
Really? I see. But it's not like I'm on... And now that you mention it, I recall my colleagues talking about something like that before. They say that strange things tend to happen.
So, what happens at night on pipe cleaning days?
And they just conduct regular cleaning of the fortress's drainage facilities. There are 3 pipe cleaning days per month, and it just so happens that today is one of the scheduled days. You can try to confirm the sound...
Oh, okay. Then we'll keep both ears out.
And if that's all, then I'll be leaving now. I advise you not to try anything funny, though. Even if I'm not...
Don't worry, we don't want any time added to our sentences. Oh, he left. So what do you think about the pipe cleaning days he mentioned? Right, both are a possibility. But Fielding... Paimon knew you would say that. Alright, sounds like we'll be... I'm so tired. But we can't sleep yet. They'll be cleaning the pipes tonight, so it's the perfect chance for us to investigate. Whatever. Just be sure to wake Paimon. Huh? Traveler? Did you fall asleep already? hoping to Paimon. Well, what did you see this time? Really? So we're finally starting to figure out what actually happened! But what about the cannibal? Okay, well it's about time for us to get moving. Just be careful.
А мне просто от кого-то не надо.
Careful! We'll get in trouble if the guards catch us.
Понятно. Я могу так? Могу. Вообще беспалевно.
This should be the place.
No time to lose.
What? I know you. You were the ones.
Huh. You've got guts showing up here.
You'd better leave now. Ain't nobody coming here to save you.
What'd you say? Yeah, so what if they were? If you push us, we can make those...
Hey, what's the point of all those rumors anyway? What exactly are you...
I don't have to tell you anything. If you turn around, go back to the dormitories and act like you never...
Yeah, scram. Nothing worth seeing here. Huh? What did you say?
Isn't that exactly what Boss said when he left?
Boss?
Hey, do you know our boss? Whoa. We had no idea our boss was such a big deal. So, did he have you come here to find us?
Oh, so your child's crew here? Seems like he had no problem fitting in.
We're the only ones who heard him say those words when he left that night. So, unless he somehow told you those exact... All right.
Wow, those dreams of yours sure come in handy.
We gave him the business for a while and would always give him a hard time when he first came to the fortress of Meripede. But here in the fortress, the strong will always earn respect. He was working the longest hours and racking up You could always see how amazing he was, even when he was teaching us a lesson. So eventually, we all decided to follow him.
But one day, he suddenly told us that he had to find a way to escape this place, no matter the cost. And as his crew, if the boss wants some... So, we got to work, and used the hidden rules that were here to make up and spread the rumor about the cannibal rule. We just wanted to give him a better chance of escaping on a night after...
Oh, thanks to your rumor, nobody would want to come anywhere near here, prisoner or... But has a child already escaped? Why are you all still...
Because as far as we know, the pipe he went into isn't actually an exit. It should be a dead end. It leads to an abandoned factory area, and even if there were a way to escape from there into the sea, we're still But Boss still insisted on going in. It's like he was upset, so we told him that we'd pretend as if he never existed, and that if he wanted to come back, he should wait for nighttime on a pipe
So you come and wait here through the night a few times a month just because of...
Yeah, but it's been so long now. We already know in our hearts...
Is it also...
Nothing could ever defeat Boss or slow him down.
Okay. Paimon was just brainstorming possibilities.
All right. Keep quiet and follow us.
The way up from here has been sealed off. It's Boss left by going down from here. Later, we came back, hoping to have a look. That's when we found out it's impossible to navigate unless you're...
Do you think Child got trapped by the water?
Not likely. We all know that Boss was an incredible swimmer.
Really? Then have him come investigate, pronto. Just be sure to tell it.
It's getting late. We should leave before the guards come this way.
Yeah, we learned a lot about what happened to Child here. finally learned some key information. When you said you knew a diver, you were talking about Fremine, right? If we ask, why is child like this? What was he? Fortunately, though, it seems like it's only a matter of time. Now that we can finally relax, I'm starting to feel super sleep. It's morning already? Oh, Paimon still needs more sleep. Huh? Wait, look over there! It's one of Linny's cards! Let Paimon see what's written on. Maybe you haven't heard, but today is the monthly free day. Everyone has the day off today, which makes it the perfect time to do some. It's been a while since we last talked. Have you been making any? Ooh, today's our lucky day. We have the day. From the sound of it, Lenny's been making progress with his. We still have some time before we.
То есть у нас что? Так, я, наверное, все-таки поменяю обратно.
Time to get down to bed.
Куда нам? Это вверх, вверху. Так, куда нам? Давай туда.
Hey, you over there? Yeah, you. Say, do you like playing card games? You know, like Genius Invocation TCG?
You TCG players are like mint in the wild, literally sprouting up.
Hey, come on now. What's wrong with finding fellow Invocation aficionados? Anyway, care to join me? All right. No.
But why would you be looking for people to play Genius Invocation in a place like this?
Whether you're throwing down cards or throwing punches, it's all. There are lots of card players here in the fortress. When I saw you, I immediately thought, hey, even. Sure.
Great! Since you've been here longer than us, you need to flex your seniority a little bit, right?
I thought you would have already heard everything by now. All right, then. Did you.
Why don't you pick? We'll let you know if we've heard it already.
All right. Have you heard any strange rumors since you've arrived? Then, did you know that there are some people who are always... There are two guys who are always skulking around in the corners of corridors gossiping. The bigger guy is Quisto, and the skinny... I never really found their gossip very mind-blowing. And it's pretty much just the same stuff that I hear about when I'm at work every day. If you're interested, you can go talk with them. They tend to talk a lot of nonsense, but they aren't...
Good to know. Do you have anything?
Let me think. Sounds like you want to hear some. Oh, did you know that the Duke was also a convict in the fortress of Meripede before?
Huh? Wait, are you serious?
Это было очевидно.
That's right. The Duke was an inmate just like you and me. Seems he was exiled here for committing some. To go from an ordinary inmate to becoming the manager of the whole place? I'm not gonna lie, a forbidden zone? Sounds like something that someone just made.
It's just a rumor we've been hearing, but no worries if you've never heard of it.
Anything else? Not that I can think of, but I'll be sure to tell you anything interesting I hear next time.
Нету. Так, секундочку, мне нужно отлучиться.
The desert's a tough adversary, but at least it doesn't hide anything. What you see is what you get, and whether you take on the challenge is entirely up to you. We mercs have one simple rule. Whoever pays the most is your new boss. The desert's a tough adversary, but at least it doesn't hide anything. What you see is what you get, and whether you take on the challenge is entirely up to you. We mercs have one simple rule. Whoever pays the most is your new boss. The desert's a tough adversary, but at least it doesn't hide anything. What you see is what you get, and whether you take on the challenge is entirely up to you. We mercs have one simple rule. Whoever pays the most is your new boss. The desert's a tough adversary, but at least it doesn't hide anything. What you see is what you get, and whether you take on the challenge is entirely up to you. We mercs have one simple rule. Whoever pays the most is your new boss. The desert's a tough adversary, but at least it doesn't hide anything. What you see is what you get, and whether you take on the challenge is entirely up to you. We mercs have one simple rule. Whoever pays the most is your new boss. The desert's a tough adversary, but at least it doesn't hide anything. What you see is what you get, and whether you take on the challenge is entirely up to you. We mercs have one simple rule. Whoever pays the most is your new boss.
Ой, так. Продолжаем.
Look! There are some people talking over there!
If you ask me, those pompous parasites on the surface act like they're all a bunch of aristocrats. Do any of them give half a hoot about a bunch of...
Hey, speak for yourself, mate. I'm no dog.
Oh, you think you're special or something? If you're here, then you're just a convict like the rest of us. I've heard that even if you're released after serving your sentence, going back to...
I don't buy that.
Hey, how cool would it be if the whole world was destroyed by a giant flood and everyone had to start over from...
What kind of filthy bilgewater are you spewing? I have family up there. You listen, things ain't so great on the surface, but who says that you have to leave? I've heard that you can still stay here and work even after you've served. Who wants to live in the ruddy overworld anyway?
And what makes you think they'd want to hire someone like you? That's one of the great mysteries of the universe.
Whoa. Sounds like they're really unhappy about the... Speaking of which, Paimon never heard anyone use the words overworld or underworld when we were living up there. Is it only something the inmates down here say? That's true. There's a group of people over there. Let's go listen in.
So I said, that's not a faucet. Hey, who are you?
Oh, sorry for eavesdropping. Sounds like you were talking...
What's the matter? They're just looking to join in on our fun.
Hey, don't pretend like it's okay for them to just interrupt us like that. Fine. You're lucky.
You hear that, Quisto? What not?
Your expressions tell me you're looking to hear some juicy info, am I right? But before...
Really? Are we that famous?
You're kidding. How often does anyone get a personal tour led by His Grace himself? Practically everyone was talking about it. Word
A little mistake, huh? I like the way you put it. You see, people with a good attitude can join...
Your group?
I'm Quisto, and this is Lavaroon. People usually call us the Bombshell Bros, but don't worry. We're not playing with bombs or anything.
So, you two really like to gossip?
No. You don't get it. Knowing intelligence will make things better for you here. For example, knowing who's working with whom, who has the latest rumors, who's not getting along. Wouldn't you like to know all that? Whoa, all this info's worth something, you know?
I don't mind him. Quisto's always this way. Just play nice and say something to the welfare meals. Talk about the welfare meals.
Right. That meal we had yesterday was super delicious.
Is that so? To tell you the truth, I've been helping out with making those...
Oh, so you're the one who made those delicious steaks.
You are correct. I am a true professional. In fact, since you like my cooking, I guess that means we share similar tastes. Listen carefully. This Listen, kids. The power structure within the fortress is quite complicated. The overworlders couldn't... You've already met the one person here you should never cross. The Duke, Risley. He knows more than you think.
Those who have the Duke's attention get all kinds of special perks.
I know who you mean. It's that Jurier character, right? I don't think there's anything useful about him at all.
But did you know that Jurier was a talented researcher from the Fontaine Research Institute?
I don't care if he was a researcher that could turn dirt into Mora. Once you're in the Fortress of Speaking of which, the last time I saw him, he was passing by in the corridor with Lorvine. I also heard they started off...
You mean he hit a woman? Wow, I never imagined he was that bad.
But that Lorvine's also quite the odd one, you know? She's always gabbing away, got into a fight with a man, and she also got sent to the infirmary.
Wait a second. You don't think...
Do you think... Could it be that they're secretly meeting there to...
After all, I do remember seeing Lorvine beat Jurier to a pulp.
Okay, we've talked to just about everyone, and it's about time for us to go meet Linny. According to the card...
Блять, я запутался, это лежу. Так, развернемся. О, здесь телепорт был. Серьезно? Телепорт был. Я думаю, здесь телепорта нету уж. Ну ладно. Просто он здесь есть.
Huh? That look in your eyes. You found something?
Hey, this is no time to be modest. Just tell him we found a boatload of...
Oh, as expected of the legendary duo. Huh. I'd have never guessed that myself. The rumors swirling about this place are unreliable after... He is a harbinger after all. I suppose he's much more resourceful than I... Unfortunately, this isn't enough for our final report to Father. Father told me that even though Master Child said he was just coming to Fontaine for a vacation, he actually had some personal reasons.
His escape route is already flooded, so we'll have to task someone with professional...
Well, when you put it that way, it's obvious that only Fremine would...
Bingo! Is he around?
He's working today. Coming here as a group would have attracted too much attention. I'll talk to him about it later. It's the least I can do. We're all in this together, so honestly, I'm far more impressed by you guys managing to collect...
Collecting information is...
Now, let me think. To find out more information, and if he's to do that, he'll have to set out on the next pipe cleaning day at the earliest. That's 6 days from now.
You can even estimate how long it'll take for him to get...
We've been working together for a long time. We know each other. Traveler, what say you to meeting here 9 days from now? We'll be able to pick up Fremine while we're at... Oh, and there's just one last thing we'd like your... Though we can just sit back and wait for Fremine's report on Master Child's whereabouts, Fremine's no master of disguise. Lynette's still working on getting intel from the other areas, and I'll...
What do you want us to do? Will it be...
Well, I won't call it easy per se, but listen carefully. You'll need to find an excuse to get into the infirmary and investigate the room and you've mentioned several sketchy-looking people always meeting at the infirmary earlier, so it probably has something to do with the secret we're hoping to uncover. Investigate the internal structure of the infirmary and any active dealings with it, but also, there's no need to take risks. Don't forget, safety always comes first. My apologies, I just started rambling out of habit.
But that's not a bad thing, right? All right, then we'll head out as soon as we finish finish our
Let's go our separate ways for now, then. Don't forget, we meet here.
Hey, stay here for now. Paimon will take a peek. There seem to be several people inside.
Right. I feel like it's not impossible.
It's a bit hard to understand them from here, so... Someone! Please help! He's sick!
Whoa, are you okay?
Oh my! What's wrong, little one? There's no need to panic. Take a deep breath before you begin. The traveler started complaining of a stomachache, and then nausea, and then collapsed onto the ground. Behind freezing limbs, twitching fingers, and pale complexion. Let me take a look. Please, lie down over here. Don't worry, I'll get you to the bed safely. Here, hold on to my shoulder and walk slowly. You can do it, traveler! Don't apologize. You're sick after all. Now, please relax. I'm just going to do a preliminary checkup on you. My checkup has confirmed that he's not in any mortal danger. Oh, that's good. I'll continue my diagnosis of the patient now. Please. Don't sense serious damage to your organs either. And here? Huh? But based on my initial checkup, there shouldn't be a problem here. What about here? Does this hurt? Oh. I understand. I think you just ate something that disagreed with you. That's all. Nothing too serious. Outside of a pretty... So that's what it is. Thank goodness it... And there have been other inmates complaining about the food recently. I'll inform our head. Congratulations! The health risk is incredibly low, so you should recover within a couple days. Why don't you take a rest? Miss Levine, I'll have to trouble you to help me look after...
Very well.
And she hopped away, just like that.
Ну, вот это и проблема.
Hello. So how are you feeling now?
His stomach ache's really bad. He was stumbling about the whole way here, so...
If Miss Sijuin says it's not a serious problem, then there's no need to worry. She's the best...
But it also looks like she's the only...
Well, that's true.
What do you mean, that's true? That's really misrepresenting the situation. Of course I can't speak for the whole force. Though they may have committed crimes and gotten locked up here as a result, they still know a thing or two about medicine, and they help Miss Sijuin.
Yeah, you're right. But did you have to lecture me about it in front of another patient? Aren't you...
That's correct.
Are you two also sick?
We've been sick a while. I come back every once in a while for checkups, and to pick up the medicines Miss Sijuin prescribed. You could say she fancies herself as Miss Sijuin's capable helper because she learned a bit of medical knowledge ages ago.
Please watch your mouth, Mr. Jurrier. Don't forget that you are the primary reason.
Hey, don't start arguing now, please. Keep it civil at...
Release. It's way too early for us to even think about that.
Please allow me to end this boring and useless conversation. Oh,
and same to you, Miss Lorvine. Anyway, that was more than enough rest for me, so I'm going to get out of this excessively...
He just slowly walked off like that?
That's just what he's like. I'm sorry you had to see all of that. I'm Lorvine, and that's... Well, his name is Jurier, but I hope you'll never...
You really can't stand him, huh?
I mean, can you blame me? Who would like someone who's as arrogant and obsessed with weird I'll accompany you two for a while. Miss Seashween should be back soon, and I'm sure you'll feel... No, it's nothing.
I'm back! Did you rest like you promised?
Thank you for getting our medicine, Miss Seashween.
Did you all cooperate with your bed rest? I trust that nobody got up to walk around. Good. Here, this should be... Miss Lorvine, I left in a bit of a hurry just now. Do you still remember if we discussed the cup?
I remember.
Yellow, huh? I understand. These are yours.
All right, then I'll also be on my way now. I hope you feel better soon, too.
See ya! I'm going to fill out your medical record now. You're widely known as the Traveler, right? I just want to double-check a few... Those two made quite the commotion just now, so why don't we let the Traveler rest? Paimon can... So his primary symptoms are abdominal pain with secondary... That's it! Alright then. Is there anything we should know besides to take the meds? No, his base constitution is quite good, so I'm sure he'll recover quite quickly after taking the medicine. Please, make sure to stick to bland or... Got it! Paimon will hold the Traveler to that for sure. Oh, you're going to take a nap already? Okay then. We've been to lots of places together. He may look a bit under the weather now, but he's actually super strong. So you're the best of companions. Well, don't worry. You're awake. How do you feel? You slept for a really long time, but we never left. Well, now you can go back without a worry in the world. Remember to take your meds regularly, and... Thank you, Miss Seashween! Seems like a lot of people have been coming down with an upset...
Вернуться в бараки. Уже можно так, в принципе.
Something. To be able to fall asleep like that and even sleep talk the entire time, you scared Paimon half? No, but you kept mumbling things along the lines of, Pyron, go take my grilled fish! Paimon talked with Seashween the entire time you were asleep. She seems like she's just a sincere nurse, and Paimon didn't notice. Whoa! You really are super thorough. All those tiny little suspicions. Today's the day! Let's go meet up with Lenny! Oh!
Hmm? Did you two run into any trouble over the past few days?
No, we just worked our shifts according to the schedule. Nothing.
That's good. That means you didn't raise any suspicions when we've taken a look at the slip you've sent. Fremine successfully left the grounds via the pipes 2 days ago. And as of last night, Lynette—
Wait, why is she getting involved as well?
You already went above and beyond when you scoped out the infirmary. To put it more bluntly, infiltrating a guarded stronghold is a different kind of job from a one-off investigation. We want to avoid using— Lynette also felt like you have already taken the first step for us, so she should be the one to fit—
So that's what Lynette thinks. Oh, Paimon hopes everything's going well for her.
Perhaps that's true. You're both very good people, and we've come to appreciate that more than anyone else. You've mentioned before that you've had some run-ins with the Fatui. I can understand that feeling, so
Well, everyone could use some more friends. We'll be counting on you to help us in the future, too.
Since I see you as friends, then it's even more important for us to protect you from any peril. Glad to hear it. Then, let's go check on Lynette before Fremine returns. If everything went well, then she—
Is now really a good time to go over?
According to my observations, Sigewinne always spends around half an hour away from the infirmary right before lunch. Lynette also, I'm her brother, remember? It's only natural for an older brother to care.
Okay, then let's head over right away.
Lynette should be here right now. Huh. Strange.
As expected, Sigewinne isn't here, but why isn't Lynette here?
No, Lynette rarely deviates from the plan. We agreed that if she were to make changes on the fly, she'd find a way to let— Unless—
Let's see if there are any clues around here. We can look while we wait for—
Okay. None of the beds have any signs of having been slept in.
That's the one Lynette must have used, right? You said she was pretending to—
She would have said her migraine was having a particularly bad flare-up. Generally speaking, the head nurse would then ask her to lie down, which means either the head nurse didn't return the entire time from when Lynette laid down up until she left the—
There are some books here and a few files. Advanced nursing, how to raise the spirit of your patients, a quick guide to— These sure are some interesting books. Who knew? She even has books on understanding people's motivations and feelings.
Seems quite normal to me. Wait, this thing? It doesn't look... The space behind it is empty. From its size, I don't think it's an entrance that is meant to be taken apart. Could Lynette have tried to get inside? But if that's the case, she would have... Let's look around here for some more clues. Don't panic, just...
Hey, you guys, there's a slip of paper over...
A slip of paper?
It's right over here, and there's a bunch written on it too. It reads, "Out of respect for your usual practices, I'll use a piece of paper or card as the medium to pass on my message."
This is...
Is that all? The back. This...
Show me! Now!
That look on your face. Paimon's reading. Would you care to guess where Miss Lynette of the Fatui could be right now? No. Could she have... Is she...
Wriothesley. Did he deliberately leave the infirmary unguarded to use...
Wait, you mean he was aware of our goals from the very beginning? But why? We didn't run into any trouble last time, and he also never reached out...
Yes, that is a crucial question. Wriothesley, he doesn't do anything without a clear goal or reason. You're not from the same camp as us. You were sent down here by Nervulet, so you have no conflict of interest with Wriothesley. We're a completely different story, though. I'd like to know that, too. Why did he only go after her? Don't panic. Just think everything over. I have to stay calm. This is not... Wait, you're right. Wait, but that means the fact that Fremine was able to leave the grounds. Could Wriothesley have let him go as...
What does he gain by letting Fremine leave like that?
So he's challenging me and trying to provoke me, I'm sure of it. We never should have sent out Fremine. We had to go through all that. If Wriothesley let him leave on purpose, then he's probably in a
Lenny's getting more and more panicked. We have to calm him down. Don't be like this, Lenny. Fremine wouldn't have left if we hadn't told you about Child.
No. I'm the leader of this operation, and I'm the one responsible for this team. I'll go talk to Wriothesley.
Hey, don't be reckless! Traveler, please, talk some...
I simply cannot allow Lynette to be abducted again. I have to go. I'll find a way to get them back!
He's rushed out the door! After him!
Right. I feel like we still have some room to make changes on these details.
It's not impossible, but it'll require extensive testing.
Is that so? Very well. Huh?
Is someone?
Pack everything up. Whoever's outside is eavesdropping. They'll probably... Someone! Please help! He's sick!
Whoa! Are you okay?
These two. As expected, they've already had a delightful turn of events. I like smart people, but I also like the... Oh my! What's wrong, little one? There's no need to panic. Being able to read human expressions is quite the useful skill. Wait! Wait! It's no use. We have to catch up to him. He's already out of sight! How is he so fast? Let's go head him off at Wriothesley's office!
Come out and face me, Risley!
Aren't we at an administrative office space? Why don't you at least try to follow even a cup?
What did you do to my sister?
I ran into the young miss at the infirmary. I'd heard that she was suffering from quite the migraine, so I decided to invite her over for a cup of tea. I do have some teas in my collection that can work one—
Stop joking around! Where did you take my siblings?
I have also heard that your performances are quite the spectacle. Miss Lynette would sometimes enter a box filled with— Maybe she'll appear behind you right now if you were to turn your head.
Is he trying to trick me into turning my head? No, he's probably not looking to attack me right now. You knew we were investigating the infirmary from the start, so you deliberately aroused the Traveler's suspicions and baited us into continuing our investigation. As for Fremine, no. You probably didn't even interfere with Child's escape. You let him go.
There was no need to do so. The Fortress of Meripede is a pretty pleasant place. Most people enjoy their lives here. The only ones who act differently are those—
You removed our original members and spread the news of Child's escape so Father would assign our team to come down and investigate. Fremine has also fallen into your hands, right?
One correction. Lynette is in my hands right now, but Fremine is not.
He's not. What do you really want?
Lenny!
Oh, wonderful. Everyone is here, so I'll only need to say this once. Thank you so much for cooperating with me. Eager and to the point, I see. Alas, only Miss Lynette is currently having a cup of the fortress's finest. Although, as per your original plan, Mr. Fremine should also have returned to the fortress by now. But he is neither—
Wait, you can't mean you locked him outside in the sea?
I closed the fortress's gate to the outside world.
Fremine's a star diver, so he should be fine.
No, we're still here, so he definitely tried to find a way to come back for us.
But why would I do this, you may be asking? To have an audience with you, of course. My intel tells me that Mr. Linney is a great magician, so it's only natural for me to want to— Besides, I do recall you mentioning to Miss Lynette that you've always wanted to have a face-to-face meeting with—
So, you've been keeping tabs on us before?
Some of my folks just happened to hear a thing or two, that's all. I was willing to play dumb and turn a blind eye, so we had a pleasant few days playing games together here. But once— Mr. Linney, the cards are stacked against you right now. Miss Lynette is in my hands, and Mr. Fremine is still slowly being pickled out there in the brine. You need do but one thing to guarantee their safety. I would like you to contact your superior.
You want to see Father? But why should she bother giving you an—
Well, if she cares for the well-being of her dearest children, she should have— I've heard that the bonds between the members of the House of the Hearth are like the bonds of family.
Why did you think Father sent us to handle the Fortress of Meripede? This place is basically a no-man's land. It wouldn't be fitting for anyone as important—
Oh, I see. So it's because she doesn't care for my place here. That's such a shame. After all, I've amassed quite the tea collection.
Was this the extent of your master plan to get to Father? No matter how much pressure you may put—
You people really are difficult to get along with. All I'm asking for is a face-to-face conversation. Does she truly have no— Mr. Linney, you have one last chance to invite your father here.
Lenny!
Instead of asking why I'm doing this, why don't you try to see things from my perspective for a second? From the very beginning, I gave you a warning by cutting off the first few operatives I found, but that only caused you to double down. Had you given up on the fortress then and there, I'd have no Mr. Fremine left the fortress on his own, and Miss Lynette tried to pry out my secrets right in front of me.
I shouldn't ask Father to do anything.
6, 5...
Wait,
2... Time's up. It really—
Risley!
Negotiations have broken down. Please leave, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for my after—
Yeah, listen to the Traveler! If you can't talk to Lenny, can you at least—
You do realize that I'm only letting you go because of Neuvillette, yes? You're here helping him out, and I've already done my best to stay out of your way. But that doesn't mean you can just do whatever you want. The fortress may be small and remote, but it still has its own set of laws. Then how about this? Those who are capable deserve respect. You've spent quite some time investigating my home. I'll ask you 3 questions. Answer all of them correctly, and I'll agree to your... Question 1. Regarding the hidden rules of the production zone,
I've been told that the infirmary is always empty for the half hour just before lunch. But what? The Fonta promoter has been struggling because he doesn't recognize the real value of coupons. Meanwhile, the Duke... We often see Miss Sigewinne observing the prisoners at work near the production zone. It seems like she can perceive the general state of a person's health just... The research notes said that the Melusine race perceives the world very differently from humans. According to Collins, the Pancration tournament only took place because the Fonta company sponsored it. The company must want a return on their investment. The Fonta promoter has been struggling. I've been told that the infirmary is always empty for the half hour just before lunch. But what could Sigewinne be doing during that time? I've been told that the infirmary... According to Collins, the Pancration... The research notes said that the Melusine race perceives the world very different. The Fonta promoter has been struggling because he doesn't recognize the real value of coupons. Meanwhile, the Duke believes that only idiots who... I've been told that the infirmary is always empty for the half hour just before lunch. But what could Sigewinne be doing? I've been told that the infirmary is always empty for the half hour just before lunch. We often see Miss Sigewinne... According to Collins, the Pancration tournament only took place because the Fonta company sponsored it. The research notes said that the Melusine race perceives the world very differently from humans. As a result, the Melusines have also Fonta's internal report suggests that they're starting a new trial of an unnamed and unpackaged product. But the product has to... The research notes said that the Melusine race I've been told that the infirmary is always empty for the half hour. According to Collins, the Pancration tournament only took place because the Fonta company sponsored it. The research notes said that the Melusine race perceives the world... According to Collins, the The research notes said that the Fonta promoter has been struggling. The research notes said that the Melusine race perceives the world very differently from humans. As a result, the Melusines have also developed this...
So that's what's going on! Paimon under the hidden rule of the production zone. People are not supposed to work 3 days in a row, and if at first we thought this strange meat must have something to do with the people who disappeared. But in reality, they were... She often visits the production zone to observe the workers' health and makes a note of anyone who has, out of her sense of duty as the head nurse, as well as her genuine concern for the workers' health, Sigewinne has only the best intentions with her surprise gift. Unfortunately, Melusines as a race perceive the world differently from humans, and the recipients of her lovingly prepared special meal. Are we on the right track?
Not bad. You've uncovered Sigewin's secret and even guessed her intentions. All right, now for my next. There are also some hidden rules in the Pancration Ring, including the one that you're not allowed to support.
Fanta's internal report suggests that they're starting a new trial of an unnamed and unpackaged product. But the product has to undergo a trial because even the Fanta promoter has been struggling because he doesn't. According to Collins, the Pancration tournament only took. Fanta's internal report suggests that they're starting a new trial of an unnamed and unpackaged product. But the product... The Fanta promoter has been struggling because he doesn't I've been told that the infirmary is always empty for the half hour just before lunch. But we often see Miss Sigewin observing the prisoners at work near the... The Fanta promoter has been struggling because he doesn't recognize the real value of coupons. Meanwhile, the Duke... The research notes said that... I've been told that the infirmary is always empty for the half hour. We often see Miss Sigewin. Fanta's internal report suggests that they're starting a new trial of an unnamed and unpackaged product. But the...
Paimon gets this rule too now! So they're really what that hidden rule of the Pancration Ring is about how, people are not supposed to... People get scared when they see it because they've subconsciously begun to associate it with the missing boxer. But really, it's just a bottle of the latest yet-to-be-named and packaged new a blood-red drink. It's no wonder even Fanta's own staff were questioning. The company, facing backlash from its own staff, decided to try to trial the product and a smaller... They came to the fortress of Meropide and offered to sponsor the Pancration tournament so they could push their new product. The Duke, knowing how valuable coupons are in the fortress, knew that only total... And so, only those who proved their stupidity by being dumb enough to bet on two...
I acknowledge the effort you've put into bringing the truth of this mystery to light. Although, based on your description, that Fanta promoter is a bit too careless with his words. I may just reconsider my collect... All right, and here's the final question. What's the secret behind our head nurse and all of her patients in the infirmary?
Stop your cruel and pointless games, Risley! You know that we haven't finished our investigation, so there's no way we can answer the last question! The thought of sparing Lynette and Fremine never even crossed... You'll pay for this! Ah!
Lenny, are you alright?
Oh, close one. I owe you, Sigewin.
It was nothing, Your Grace. Sigewin? Though this gun may look like a toy, it's actually fully functional, as I just...
Sigewin...
Not at all. I am merely a resident of the fortress, and thus protecting it is my duty. When Monsieur Nervulette asked me to come here, he told me that my job would be to take care of the well-being of everyone here. But if you mean what you just said, then isn't Linny someone you should be looking after as well? Isn't he a resident here just like the rest of us? But I really am just doing what Monsieur Nervulette told me to do. Everything I did, I've done. His Grace knows it too, right? Your Grace?
My dear Sigewin, whatever shall I do with you? Would it have killed you to just...
Well, it's nearly time after all. The way you do things can be truly frustrating sometimes. What are you talking about?
Take me if you want. But let them go.
How touching. Can you just give me one more minute?
Don't be like that, Your Grace.
All right, everyone, calm down. I'll go get a cup of tea. Miss Sigewinne, I leave Miss Lynette in your care.
You... What are you...
I believe I hear footsteps.
Это что ли?
Some space,
нет.
please.
Я думал, это придет.
Ah, Miss Clarand. My door.
Двери больше нет.
Fremine.
Понял.
Fremine!
What's going on? What is Clarand doing here?
Work.
Work.
I'm sorry about shooting you, Mr. Linney. The tranquilizing effect will begin to wear off soon. Please take it easy in the meantime.
What happened to Fremine? Wasn't he diving just outside of the fortress? Why is he looking like...
A flushed face, an accelerated pulse. He must have consumed primordial seawater.
What?
Please, make some space. I'll need to give Mr.
I'll talk to Clarand while you get Fremine to where he needs to be. Everything else can wait.
How is he?
These symptoms are probably caused by an acute ingestion of a large amount of primordial seawater. Of course, it would be best if he stayed for further observation. Let's leave him here for now. And sorry, I am aware that the infirmary may not be your favorite place in the world at the moment.
Why would he ingest a large amount of primordial seawater after leaving the fortress?
Please, look after Mr. Fremine for the moment. I'll go fetch some medicine and a respirator. Oh.
Where is she? How is she right now?
Oh, she just took a nap in an empty room after I tranquilized her. If my calculations are correct, she should also be waking up.
What's that look on your face? I thought I made good time on the way
Oh, I'm just admiring your punctuality. Had you arrived just a few minutes later, Sigewinne may have been forced to shoot Mr. How's the situation out there?
The water has changed. It's pretty much as expected. I was only out there a short time, so it wasn't too bad. But if one were to stay for...
Where was he when you found him?
The abandoned zone at the end of the pipes. A good distance into the water.
Closer than I thought. He must have recognized it early on and...
Locking the door was necessary. I don't think we could have saved two.
Well, I did try to convince him that I had my reasons.
It would probably work on Neuvillette. He has a knack for picking out who had good intentions, even...
It's a bad sign if you're having to plead your case to Neuvillette. Want some tea?
Not particularly.
Fine, I'd like to get some tea. Want me to get you a cup?
Might as well then, I suppose.
Linny, are you okay?
I'll be fine. They're all here now. Don't worry about me.
Are you sure? You don't look alright.
My hands and feet are still a bit weak, but that's...
I'm back, everyone.
Lenny! Oh. Fremine?
He'll be fine. But for now, please help me lift...
His breathing's beginning to slow down.
Give me a hand and help me get him to the infirmary.
Yeah, I'll take him from this side. Lynette?
On it.
Traveler, you seem pretty worried about him. Want to go... The Duke and Clarande are gone. They probably went to get some tea. The Duke will explain the truth in just a bit. Miss Clarande will need a break.
He's awake. Fremine, how do you feel?
Lenny.
We're all here. The infirmary, at the Fortress of Meripede, Mr. Fremine. How do you feel? Don't push yourself if you're not feeling up to it.
Traveler. The sea. There's something wrong with the seawater.
Все, умер.
Shh, it's okay. We can talk.
No, listen to me. This is really serious. There's primordial seawater mixed into the regular seawater. I don't know why it's there. Pipes. Right, the pipes. It's all coming back to me now.
Я что, за него сейчас буду играть, что ли?
I'm in. Where could Master Child be? This mechanism looks like it's been tampered with. Could he have done it? It's getting stuck on something. Seems like I'll have to avoid those obstacles while I turn it.
И как тогда? Может только так. Могу же, да? вот и вода.
This is where the water starts. Okay. Master Child probably dived into the water.
Карта вообще есть? Карты нет.
The vegetation here is a bit more sparse. These traces aren't natural. A person must have left them, and recently. There are traces here too. I need to keep going. Huh? The traces are gone. But I don't see where he could have gone from here. Wait. What the? My heart is racing, and it's getting harder and harder to breathe. What's... No good. I have to get back. They still don't know anything about what's going on. If I turn back right now, I should still be able to make it. I can't die here. This is bad. I have to push on.
So, in other words, the trail you were following vanished, and you had no idea where...
That's right. I tried my best to swim back, but I had already put some distance between myself.
Miss Clarande brought you back, but we also don't know why she just suddenly appeared at the fortress, or why...
Miss Clarande, you say? I must go thank her in person.
You're still too weak for Monet. You can go out.
Miss Lynette is right. I believe Miss Clarande will stay here as a guest for another few days.
A guest? Then I can assume Risley was the one who invited her.
You should ask His Grace about that. He'll be able to explain better than... Yeah, it's about time he actually told us what's going on. Wanna come with us?
No, please go on without me.
Lenny.
The logical part of my brain is aware that we're safe right now, but I still can't bring myself to leave. Both of you are just in danger.
Understood. Then let's just sit together for a while.
In that case, I'll leave the infirmary to you. The Traveler and I are going to head out for now. As long as you stay...
Thank you.
Excuse me?
I take it Mr. Fremonet's condition has stabilized?
Of course. I wouldn't have left the infirmary.
I've been expecting those two, but might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, Miss...
I wanted to check up on Miss Clarande.
Mostly fine, I think.
If you don't mind, I'd like to perform another quick physical exam. It'll just take a...
All right. Thank you for looking out for me.
Well, want to explain yourself, Risley?
Of course, but I'm not partial to the word choice of explain. Where should I begin? How about you start by asking me any
Then Paimon will begin. Did you know about—
No. I just knew they were Fatui operatives sent to the fortress by the Knave. As for their specific goals...
You managed to monitor and stay ahead of them even though you didn't know what they were trying to do?
They came here with ulterior motives. I'm quite adept at discerning what that... Initially, I thought their goal was just to investigate Child's disappearance. Linny suggested that I had deliberately let him escape. But in truth, I didn't really do anything special to help or hinder him while he was here. Everything he did. Of course, it's inevitable that the Knave would make a big deal out of her fellow Harbinger's unexplained disappearance. I'm also quite curious about where that Harbinger went. So I figured I might as well let the Fatui do their own.
So you were hoping Linny's group would just do your work for—
You make it sound like that's a bad thing. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. I assume the Forbidden Zone has always been Linny's target, and you got roped into that investigation after running into him.
Are the rumors true? That you're also a former criminal?
Why would you put it like that? Isn't staying here all day and serving as the manager of the fortress a kind of sentence on—
Oh, right! Paimon wanted to ask, who invited—
Me, of course. I paid her good mora to come down to the fortress for some field work. As a champion duelist, Miss Cloran could be considered to be an independent party. I needed to find an exceptionally capable person.
And saving Fremine was part of that—
You can think of it like that, yes. Credit where credit is due, that boy is quite adept at diving. Had conditions not been as hostile as they were, that's not something you should be asking after. Neuvillette only asked you to investigate China. All I need to prove to you is that the Forbidden Zone had nothing to do with the Harbinger's disappearance. That should be clear now that you've spoken to Fremine.
But we've already uncovered that there's something wrong with the infirmary, and we've answered a bunch of questions that you threw at—
You make a compelling case.
Yeah, Paimon really wants—
Even if the truth may not be pleasant. Follow me.
Так, давай-ка видео. Уже прошел несколько час. Так что, в принципе, разделяем. Так что все до скорых. Пока-пока. Так, я отойду.
Every course of action has its risks. Be careful. We should prepare while we can, then make a preemptive strike against the enemy. let's take a moment to rest and plan our next move. We should prepare while we can, then make a preemptive strike against the enemy. We should prepare while we can, then make a preemptive strike against the enemy.
Приложим. Так, всем привет, и сегодня продолжаем сюжетку. Скорее всего, это последнее будет видео. Потому что я посмотрел, что, скорее всего, я где-то за час с чем-то пройду. Так, не будем медлить, продолжим.
It seems you've forgotten just what kind of place the Fortress of... Stand on the central plate.
Wait, is there a secret mechanism or... Whoa! So, this is the Forbidden Zone? Honestly, for a place so well hidden, Paimon sure doesn't see anything special. What a huge door!
There are 3 such isolation gates in total. Generally speaking, I'm the only one who's allowed to go inside. Hence the name, Forbidden. Am I correct to assume you're going to run on back and tell your little Fatui friends everything?
Well, Paimon wasn't thinking...
Well, I'd advise you wait until you've seen...
Huh, so there's a switch on the side.
Stand back.
Yo. Что-то мне это закономерно
Just went up one by one.
Go on, have a look.
Бро, брать, в экономию. Или как она называется? Подонадзумой.
I've been interested in what lies beyond that gate ever since I assumed leadership of the Fortress of Meripede. Of course, it would be unwise to recklessly open it, but it'd also be risky and negligent. The readings on that dashboard have not budged since the day when I first laid eyes on this place. But over the past year, the needle has crept upwards from its original position, likely because normally I would have ignored it. But I happened to have some free time when I noticed it, so I investigated. Any guesses what the reading could be tracking? Very reasonable guesses. I've considered both of those as well. The temperature should vary with weather and climate changes, so for something that rarely shifts, the water pressure is more likely. We ran a few tests to increase. Later on, a few more possibilities occurred to me, such as a potential connection with the primordial sea. I began to make over the past few days, the needle has moved again. With that, and the symptoms that Fremine displayed after leaving the fortress, I can now confidently conclude that the readings represent the concentration of primordial seawater in the seawater nearby.
The concentration of primordial seawater?
And that is precisely the problem. We're at the bottom of the sea, and now we're surrounded by toxic seawater. Somehow, primordial seawater got mixed in, and the concentration... Yes. That's right.
But forget about the two of us. Not even Novelette knows where the primordial sea could be. Oh.
Seems like you've figured it out. I believe the primordial sea lies directly beneath this sluice gate. For some reason, the primordial seawater levels have risen significantly, and the indicators are now red. Although the gate still stands, some primordial seawater has already leaked out and mixed into the sea around us. If this continues, soon it will no longer be able to hold back the primordial sea at all. Yeah, you know what the legends say. If this place falls, then everyone in Fontaine will be turned into puddle.
But that's just too weird! Why would the Fortress of Meripede be built right above us?
Your expression tells me you think this might be part of a vast, complicated conspiracy. To be honest, you might. It's just that the secret of the Forbidden Zone had been long forgotten by the nation before I rediscovered it with my research. There's no single founder of the Fortress of Meripede in any traditional sense. What we know about its history has been left up. When the previous Hydro Archon, Egeria, ruled the land, all convicted criminals from Fontaine were exiled. The people drove the criminals away like a wolf pack. The criminals received no sympathy of any kind from the people. They were exiled to the desolate seaside, where they experienced. Some of them began to repent, and prayed to the Hydro Archon, asking if there was still anything they could do. The Hydro Archon took pity on them, and said, and so, leaning on the power of the Hydro Archon, they gathered underneath the sea and began. As the number of exiles increased, more and more people joined the community. When the first group of exiles died, they left the Hydro Archon continued to lend her support, allowing the fortress and what it stood for to continue growing ever larger. Before long, and with that, the people here stopped referring to the fortress as a prison. They saw themselves as repenting sinners, but as time went on, people also realized that the fortress was a lonely place. Once they had finished serving their sentences, some people left and some others chose to stay. They'd find some idle position and let their withered souls fade away with the ancient secrets of the past. After many, many centuries, few people still remember the reason for the fortress's founding. Now they just see it as now and again, researchers manage to break one law or another and live out their days in the fortress. I learned all this from an elderly historian.
But now you know every part of that history is true.
Indeed. It's just as the prophecy says. If this gate fails, then everyone will be dissolved. To be frank, not really. But sadly, that hasn't stopped this prophecy from prophecies are troublesome things. Just hearing one will create the first wave of panic. Seeing signs of it will bring about the second, and actually witnessing it in real time. Let's go somewhere else. I want to show you. this is it.
Your Grace, perfect timing. The results from our—
Wait, Jurier, he's not alone!
Huh? Lorvine and Jurier?
No need to panic, you two. I've already told them about our plan.
What? After you warned us not to tell a single
I'm skeptical as well. Are you sure they are trustworthy?
The results speak for themselves, don't they? These two may already know more than you could ever imagine.
All right then, if Your Grace insists.
They seem harmless enough, so I'll trust them for now.
How about some reintroductions? This is Jurier, one of the highest-ranked researchers from the Fontaine Research Institute. He used to work under Edwin. I trust that you've heard of Edwin? Good. Saves me a bit of time explaining. Edwin's main areas of research were archeum and gravimeters. As his assistant, Jurier is quite familiar with them as well. I hired him to be my technical consultant.
You want to blow up the—
Ah, what a lovely idea. I'm already imagining it in my—
Gotta admit,
Guys, focus! Focus!
That taskmaster over there is Miss Lorvine, and is also one of my technical consultants. While Jurier used to be—
Ooh, are they together?
See, everyone keeps asking this question. Are you too sure you're not a couple and just using—
Your Grace, I am not—
if I dated her, I'd officially be madder than Edwin.
Jeez, forget I said anything then. Follow me.
Whoa, there's another door that goes right up.
Your constant amazement makes it seem like the fortress can do anything.
But Paimon really thinks everything's super cool.
Well, let's spice it up a bit. And here you go.
What a huge ship! This is also a production zone that Paimon's never seen before. What's—
How much do you know about Fontainian history?
Not much at all.
Well, then maybe you haven't heard the story of ancient Lemuria. To give you a quick rundown, Fontaine used to be ruled by the Lemurian dynasty. According to legend, the Lemurian king Remus came to this land after being inspired by divine revelation and found the seer Sibila, who had taken on the form of a golden bee. He called his nation Lemuria and used the Fortuna to incessantly search for new tribes and islands.
There's a ship in this story too?
Where there's water, there'll be ships. People believe that hope can always be found.
Do you believe that too?
To a point, I think. As you've already seen, I have a whole factory's worth of labor, materials, and tech. So the moment I began to speculate that the primordial sea might lie underneath the gate, I also
Were you inspired by the legendary Fortuna?
Maybe. Fontainians need something to hold on to cope with the impending disaster. Were the workers to find out the truth behind this ship, riots would destroy the fortress faster than any catastrophe. As the fortress's administrator, I'd never make such a reckless call. All right, that's enough talking for now. I'll need another 3 cups of tea to soothe my throat. Do you have any other? Seems like you're good. I'll leave you here for now.
Oh,
No worries. But don't forget, it's up to you whether or not you want to share what you just saw. What you do from here on out will likely affect those...
Yeah, we'll put a lot of thought into it for sure.
Great. I look forward...
Welcome back. Do you want a cup of tea?
How can you be so much like Risley, always drinking tea?
Huh. Actually, now that you mention it, while I was sedated, I could still barely hear 2 people talking next to me.
Must have been Risley and Sijwin.
Yeah, I heard 1 male voice and 1 female, so
I really can't make...
So, Traveler, Paimon, were you able to learn anything?
Yeah, he explained everything.
Very well. Then, would you mind checking your answers against my speculations? Yeah, I took the time to rest, so...
Nobody else is around, and Miss Sigewin is also busy with something.
All right, then I'll posit my theories. I asked myself Firstly, why was Fremine affected by the primordial seawater? It was because he dove into the sea. My theory...
Ooh, he's good.
That's our Lenny.
Secondly, Wriothesley's attitude changed dramatically during the course of our stay here. He ignored us completely at first. I spent quite a long time thinking about this. If he has been monitoring the Fatui since the very beginning, he probably ignored us at first because... What's more, the Fortress of Meripede is not part of Fontaine's court system, nor does it report to Udex Nervulet. As long as the fortress doesn't do anything about Master Child's disappearance, Father can use it to pressure the Fontaine authorities. And while the two factions, if I had to guess, he probably has something that he's working on himself. It's likely related...
You're super smart!
Thanks so much. If Wriothesley does have a plan, what could it be? All I know for now is that his plan probably has something to do with the changing nature of the seawater. That can't be the full extent of what he's doing. There's probably a secret passageway behind the block in the infirmary, and there's something big in the fortress. I don't have enough information, so I have no idea what his chip might be.
I can't...
The sea will engulf everyone.
Could Wriothesley have wanted to meet Father to figure out a way to deal with this crisis? If you remember, I once mentioned that Father sees the House of the Hearth as her base of operations, and she truly wants to resolve...
Or perhaps he didn't know, and just wanted to bring Father over to his side? Which could...
Yeah, that makes sense to me. I understand your concerns as well, Traveler. The two of you have already aided us far too much. We probably wouldn't... If you ever need anything else going forward, please come to the house. Though you may not share the sentiment, after all that we've gone through together, the three of us...
You have my gratitude.
Thank you for protecting Lenny when it really mattered. And thank you for sharing the secrets of the fortress with us.
Why are you being so formal all of a sudden?
Given your strength, you might not need our help at all. But if you are ever in danger, we will try our...
Aww, the sound of that makes Paimon Paimon's hungry.
Oh, you've done so much...
Alright, then we'll catch you guys another...
There can be no excuse.
Time for dinner. Welfare meals now being served in the coupon cafeteria.
Come on, let's go pick up ours as well. Traveler and Paimon, over here. Are you here for dinner too, Missy?
Mm-hmm. And I'm taking the opportunity to prepare Miss Cloran's dinner as well.
Huh. You're right. She's at...
What would you like to eat? Yep, you can. I've already talked to our chef, Mr. Wolsey. It's all on me today, so you can get whatever you'd like.
Me too! Don't forget Paimon!
No problem. Just leave it to me.
So delicious. Is this how it feels to be freeloaders?
Feeling full yet? How's the food?
Delicious!
I'm so glad to see you all so happy. Oh, see, the expression on your face just now? The muscle here just moved. What's
Sigewin? Do you do this to help your patients or to better understand human beings?
Физик.
A bit of both, I suppose. I'm a Melazine, which means I'm very different from human beings. I must know what you're thinking if I want to take good care of you.
You're really good at taking care of people. Even though you're so short.
Really? You're reminded of an older sister?
Oh, and what did you mean back in Risley's office? When you said that you were protecting Lynn?
Oh, that. I just asked His Grace to look out for those children, especially that diver boy. I was getting a bit... Thankfully, Glorand is very strong and managed to save him in the nick of time. His Grace also sealed the pipes after Glorand left. But although the path was blocked, we still stationed some guards there to stop anyone from approaching. Oh, and I was keeping an eye on Mr. Linney as well. We had to press him, but we couldn't allow him to be...
You were all super considerate.
It's just what we do down here at the fortress. At least... Oh... I really wish Monsieur Nervula would come down here more often, too. I feel like he'd like it here. Get a good night's rest, you two. You both worked...
Блять, я только оттуда. Я мог с этой поговорить. Хотя, в принципе, можно и поговорить с ней. Она же там сидит, да, не стоит. Что-нибудь скажешь? Нет?
Ah, it's you two.
How's dinner?
It's all right. Miss Sijwin.
So we heard that Risley invited you to come down to help, and you saved Fremen.
Oh, it was child.
Still, Paimon didn't know even champion duelists could take on some. Oh, and why aren't you eating with Sijwin and the Duke? Won't you get bored eating?
Miss Sijwin was with you, and the Duke has.
Actually, didn't Navia say that you went out for dinner?
Yeah.
First time in a long time.
In the past. You seem to be enjoying yourselves here. Things will be getting messy at the fortress soon. Don't run around unnecessarily.
Okay. Поговорили, теперь можно пойти дальше по квесту. По сюжету.
Has happened. Paimon just feels absolutely exhausted. Paimon's super sleepy. Delicious. Paimon wants sex.
Out of my way! Get out of my way!
What happened? Why is everyone running?
No idea, but something must have happened. Stop asking!
Походу уже началось.
Who's yelling?
О, пизда всему. Сейчас будет всемирный потоп.
What happened? Why is everyone running around? Hey, what are you doing?
No time to explain, mate. Goodbye.
Hey, wait! What's wrong with these people? They won't even talk to us.
They're here! Yeah, there you are!
Oh, thank goodness!
Quisto and Laveroon, do you know what happened here?
We came here especially to inform you. Something seems to have gone terribly wrong just now. His Grace's Laveroon was saying you two are new here and you don't have many friends, so you might slip through the cracks. Haven't you heard all the stories like that? An evacuation is successfully completed. Yet you
Wait, weren't you the one who brought that up? Why is...
Hey, shut up!
Okay, whatever. The point is, you should come with us. Yeah, he said to get as far away as possible.
Oh no, it can't be that thing!
Whoa, wait, what? What? Hey, where are you going?
We have to go find the Duke! You two just go and get out! Go on without him!
Hey, hey! Be careful!
Attention! Please evacuate upwards and outwards, upwards and outwards. If you're already at the topmost layer, then try to move as far outwards as possible.
Сейчас будет потоп. А, плохо, бежим. Бежим к потопу, блядь, вообще.
They're here.
Just like I said.
We have it!
Huh.
You're just in time. But be ready to run. Three, two, one.
This won't hold it for long. Find Neuvillette. Tell him the defenses are about to collapse.
Then what will happen to you?
Until he arrives, we're the last line of defense. The gate. How long do you think it'll hold?
That depends on us.
Пиздец, эпик.
Neuvillette, why are you here?
Traveler, I need you to head to the Opera House immediately. Farina will soon be meeting with the knave there. You must protect Farina, and make sure she doesn't spend too much time alone with her. Will do. You have my sincerest...
А, то есть он сам по этой пути. Конечно. Ладно, я пойду так. Эпик, конечно, да. А больше было эпика Геншин. Мне именно пизелкой тогда, для вот таких все постоянно. А, ну, татуи тут. Ох, вот. А, тут прям вот так вот.
There are a ton of Fatui and Palais Mermonia people over there. Are you two the traveler in Paimon? Monsieur Neuvillette has left, though I'm sure he's already explained this should be a mostly cordial conversation, unlikely to give rise to violence. But it would be most appreciated.
О, жопа. Это еще... Это, кажется, мне пизда.
Oh,
So you two are the honored guests Miss Farina mentioned.
Естественно.
Of course, of course. How could they not attend a meeting such as this? I must always have 2 or more guests at my dessert table.
It is my pleasure to make your acquaintance, traveler. I have heard much of your accomplishments. I am the knave.
I've already prepared seats for you. Come.
Perhaps you two are unaware of how Miss Farina and I do things. You see, we actually recently agreed to get together. See this? This is a limited type of confectionery that Miss Farina simply adores. There are only 6...
Traveler, what do you think of this cake?
That's good to hear. So what Child said was on the mark after all. I wonder how he's doing nowadays. You must have heard, right? He's suddenly gone missing.
Since we're talking about him, I feel like I should add something.
Oh, so you're also familiar with his aptitude for fighting, Miss Farina. Oh, right. I almost forgot. Against ordinary people, my colleague would never be on the back foot. But alas, he just never imagined. Coming from you, that's not surprising at all.
But I thought you would be happier to hear the news.
Конечно.
Of course, but it's still a bit of a shame. You see, I would have been far happier had I received this news.
Well, in any case, there's no need to worry.
Oh. And just...
Because we...
And where did he go after leaving the...
Well...
The fortress of Meripede lies deep beneath the waves. Unless he pranced right out of the main gate, he must have had to swim for it. Do you... Ah, that is good news at least. His sister Tonya sent a letter to Fontaine not too long ago. Since he was... Do you have any idea how he usually writes back to his family? Dear Tonya, your letter made me feel like we were still enjoying our...
All letters tend to follow the same few formats anyway, right? As long as the contents are accurate, it doesn't matter so much how... Hold on. The water in the teacup is shaking.
I suppose this is also a sign of things to come, Miss.
Huh? I don't quite understand what...
Have we entered into the next stage of the prophecy?
My thanks to you both. I will take it from here.
Sure you don't need a hand?
Quite sure.
Wow. So, what's your secret, huh? Let me guess. Nah, who knows? Maybe it's just your sense of responsibility.
Sounds about right.
Day may come when the prophecy is fulfilled, and the waters burst forth. But it is not this day! This ancient power could easily obliterate an entire race. A tsunami of fury would unleash endless catastrophe. Forgive me for overruling it.
С потопом разобрались теперь с разговором.
All right.
Нет,
Seems like the problem
разговоров.
inside has been suppressed.
Let me guess, we're safe for now.
Indeed. But
I win this bet. You owe me a present.
Very well. It was indeed.
you made a bet?
We made a bet on the size of your entourage. Cloran thought you wouldn't come down by yourself.
I figured you would have at least brought a few people along for appearance's sake. It appears I am.
Shouldn't you have gotten used to confidential missions by now? That's just how the...
So what gift must the loser give? Tea?
Чай не хочешь?
He already has tons of tea in his office.
That wouldn't happen to be a dig at my lack of legal awareness, would it?
Well, I'm sure His Grace doesn't consider the fortress to be outside the law.
I was under the impression the residents of a place like this would be...
That was obviously a joke. Anyway, you've still got some unfinished business to attend.
No need to stay here if you have a pressing matter. We all know you can't leave Palais Mermonia for long.
Thank you. I hope everything went smoothly with the Fatui Harbinger.
Надейся. Что не пиздец.
I must say, we've spent long enough playing house. Miss Farina, as the Hydro Archon, I am sure you understand the exact meaning of the phenomenon we just witnessed. Or should I say?
What are you trying to say?
At this point, I don't think there's any more need to speak as diplomatic representatives. Allow me to speak to you now as just a Fontanian. You know the prophecy by heart, and also that every part of it is being proven true. Yet, here you are, relaxing, drinking tea, and eating desserts as if it's all nothing more than a few stray bugs in your garden. Do you realize the prophecy's hanging above our necks like a guillotine? Every faction is looking for a way to either avert the disaster or save their own. Even the orphans of the House of the Hearth have devoted everything to saving, but you? It beggars belief just how nonchalant and carefree you have been. From the very beginning, you, the god Focalor, you have utterly failed to take action.
Так, у меня возникли одни проблемы, так что, скорее всего, на паузу нажимать буду, а стрим, ну...
You're wrong.
Стрим я не знаю, что
I've
делать.
never ignored the prophecy, nor have I just been passing the time in self-indulgence. Retract your accusation and stop doubting the wisdom of the gods.
I am not alone in my doubts, you know. All the children of Fontaine. Oh, great Hydro Archon. How are you going to save them? Save us? How are the people you've sworn—
I have my ways, and I've been working on them for all this time. Even if you look down upon— Fontaine will be saved. Even if I still cannot see the true future right now.
Then I ask you, Miss Farina, just what have you been working on? Where can we see it, and what—
My machinations are just like the prophecy it's...
I see. As a god, allow me to be so bold as to ask another way. Would it be possible for you to tell us the parts of your...
An emergency response plan?
Oh, that look in your eyes. Have you not even prepared one of those?
The emergency response plan is also strictly confidential.
Then allow me to jog your memory. Miss Furry, and what do you plan to do with the massive amounts of indemnitium that has accumulated over the years?
The Oratrice? It's just like it appears to be.
So you also have no idea. I first caught wind of this when Linny tried to investigate the Oratrice in the Opera House. But even if that had nothing to do with you, then what could you possibly be working on, oh great Hydro Arc? Oh, right. I almost forgot. Udex Neuvillette is not at the tea party with us today.
Yeah, yes, that's exactly...
Of course I will. Although, I must say, Miss Farine... Oh, very well. Let's stop that conversation here. There are still a few slices of cake left. Traveler, I heard that you were recently commissioned to handle a few matters on behalf of the Udex. Why don't you take an extra slice of cake? You too, Paimon.
Thank you. Paimon will take you... Oh, Paimon's super full. That cake would...
If it's on my tea table, it must be a...
You're welcome. I'm sure the cake also felt greatly honored to be featured at Miss Farina's table. And it is getting late. Why don't we call it a day? There are still a few matters that I need to take care of.
Very well. We'll end it here.
Mind seeing me off, Traveler? We could use the opportunity to discuss Child before I must be on my way.
Paimon's coming too!
Так, у меня появились дела, так что, скорее всего, я сейчас на паузу видео нажму, а вот стрим я хз, честно. Ну, я буквально быстро приду, скорее всего, но это вряд ли, так что... Ну, я просто, короче, пока что так сделаю. Ох, хотя на 30 минут отойду где-то, так что, надеюсь, я быстрее приду. Так. Не думал, что это будет долго. Сегодня, по-моему, час или сколько времени. Уже мог завершить сюжет. Так, ладно. Продолжаем. Так, и вернулся. Так, что у нас? Время.
The tea party turned out to be even more difficult than I... Why are you looking at me like that? Is something the matter?
Мгм. Я подумал, там люди стоят. Пу-пу-пу. Пу-пу.
I'm glad that you were willing to come with me. Of course, child was just an excuse. I have no interest in your dealings with him.
That's what Paimon thought.
You lent your aid to the children of the House of the Hearth. As their father, I would like to express my gratitude.
Как всегда вовремя.
That was all. Formal topics should be discussed in formal settings, and informal topics in informal setting. I know you just returned from the fortress of Meripede. Relax. I have no intention of trying to get anything out of you. Linny, Lynette, and Fremine are still there, and
They've all been working very hard and have always done all they can to fight back against anyone who tried to...
You mean Wriothesley. He's a tricky one to deal with. It's unfortunate that Linny's so eager to prove himself. By the way, and you can just consider this a bit of idle gossip. You are outside of our disputes, and the freest person in all of Fontaine, able to move around most easily.
And that's everything that happened during the trial. Master Child was declared guilty and immediately transported to the Fortress of...
Didn't he say he was coming here on vacation? Does he not feel an ounce of shame for all the trouble he has... Forget it. He did give us an opportunity. I will be meeting someone shortly.
Do you require help with any preparations?
No need. I need to meet with Farina, the Hydro Archon. She is at the heart of Fontaine. But what's fascinating about her is that...
Oh, come over here, you little critter, you! You dare to run from me? Stop right this instant!
My goal is just to discover the location of the Gnosis. But I didn't expect the chance to approach Farina to be handed to me on a silver platter. Anything left unguarded is usually just bait. But no one will blame someone for taking the bait. After all, it's just as I guessed in the second before I struck. In fact, this Archon doesn't seem like a god at all. And...
Who are you? And what are you trying to do? Please, don't kill me!
The fear in her pupils is genuine, so perhaps she's not bait after all. Either way, targeting her has lost all meaning. I left the scene with ease. Nobody came looking for me, and nobody could serve as a witness to my near assassination of Focalor. I suspect even Farina dares not. Not long after, my informants confirmed what I had guessed. After returning to her quarters, Farina quietly cried alone. She was so scared. There's no doubt that there's something wrong with her. I began to entertain the possibility that she is not the true Hydro Archon. Perhaps Iudex Neuvillette. I have to find the Gnosis. If the Neuvillette hypothesis is correct, he is probably in possession.
Yes, Father.
My dear children, please.
News from the Fortress of Meripede. Master Child has gone missing. On top of that, the contacts and guards...
Probably the handiwork of that ride.
I'm afraid so.
This is a good opportunity. The value of a Harbinger is much higher than most would imagine. Set up a meeting for me. I would like to meet the Hydro Archon and Iudex Neuvillette. Oh, and I have an additional mission for you three.
Yes, Father.
Tartaglia's disappearance was not a part of my plan, but I can use it to make a breakthrough. With this, the initiative belongs to the House of the Hearth. My wish to investigate the fortress of Merip. You should know the rest. Lenny's group is quite close to you, so...
You attacked the Hydro Archon?
It wouldn't mean anything, even if you shouted it from the rooftops. After all, even... I've now had 2 chances to enjoy tea with Farina. I have to say, the leadership of Fontaine is even more inscrutable than I had imagined. I once surmised that Iudex Neuvillette must be the Hydro Archon. But now, I am a servant of Her Majesty the Tsaritsa. Over my years of service, I've learned how a real Archon conducts and carries themselves. Whether Iudex Neuvillette or Farina, of course, that is all just how I feel. Gut feelings often do. It is, however, quite amusing to me that after all my years working in intelligence gathering, don't you think Fontaine is quite intriguing? A catastrophe looms, yet many secrets have yet to... Ultimately, though, one must survive in order... You don't need to commit to anything right now, of course. I have a feeling that the situation will continue to evolve, and as your name is often connected with noble deeds, I'm sure we will work together someday. He certainly returned quickly. You must want to catch up with each other.
Neuvillette, is it over?
For now, yes. But this issue will prove quite thorny in the long term. Thank you for protecting Farina. To put it simply, I used my power to force back the Primordial Sea and reseal the sluice gate. So as expected, the Knave has turned up the pressure on Farina. She's trying to feel her out. Permission granted.
Whoa. It can't be that you're the real Hydro Archon, right? You can't tell us? Then that's okay. We can talk.
If by the phrase, you guys, you are referring to Farina and I, then although I'm not sure just what you are trying to imply, I must clarify that I do not share her positions on a multitude of topics. I believe so. The fortress has a long and complex history. And now, another catastrophe will soon be upon us.
Huh? Why is it raining all of a sudden?
You may be closer to the truth than you think.
Oh? And what are you thinking?
По его одежде, по-моему, видно, что он такой выглядит.
The dragon of... huh?
Please do not be so surprised. Farina? My apologies.
We were just guessing randomly. We didn't guess right, did we? You're not actually the dragon.
You guessed correctly. I sincerely hope you'll be able to keep this a secret for me.
Вообще, не очевидно. Глаза какие-то другие, блядь. Рук нет, конечно. Видно, что он как дракон выглядит, не как человек.
Right, of course. Well, definitely. There's still something.
Please, go ahead.
Well, if you are the dragon sovereign of water, and you were able to force back the primordial sea from the... Then since Fontaine's prophecy is all about seawater, couldn't you just use your power to solve the...
None of the currently living dragon sovereigns in the world, myself included. They say that when the first usurper arrived on Tivat, they seized a part of the dragon's power. Today, That stolen power is the basis of the Ark.
There are 7 elemental archons and 7 matching dragon sovereigns.
The dragon sovereign of water who lived through that era perished a long time ago. As their successor, I know far less of that part of our... In any case, I believe I will not be able to do much unless the Archon disappears and returns their elemental authority to me. Given the status quo, however, I would recommend...
Oh, so even you can't solve...
I still have some urgent matters to attend to at my office. If you have any more questions...
please go right ahead. There's a place that Paimon wants to go too. Traveler, why don't we pay another visit to the fortress and we'll see you another time.
Take care.
То есть, я так понял, Невелет это как питомец Фурины, ну, типа как Джон Литтон, Райденс и так далее. Если так, то, в принципе, это было очевидно, но что-то настолько. Да, блять, куда? Сюда. Вот это вот какой этаж, блять. Этот? То есть Фурина спиздила его на силу, что ли? Это непонятно, да.
Now guess, what suit will this next car...
A bare teeth?
Well, well, look who it is.
Traveler, Paimon.
Looks like you're recovering nicely from an...
Thanks to everyone's support. Oh, right.
Whoa, how did she react?
She told me that it was nothing. It was as if saving a life wasn't a big deal to her.
She didn't want to stress you out, that's all. She's right, and it's best not to dwell on it.
Yeah.
Okay, but check this out. We went back to the opera house and we...
You meant father? Did she say anything?
She said a few things that were, a bit hard to understand. And also that she's looking forward to work...
Her attitude towards you is even better than what we'd imagined. That's you should believe her. She has her own way of doing things, and she'll do everything in her power to help those she considers close.
Father is very capable.
Oh, Paimon just remembered that she thought Linny was a bit too proud as well. She said that you should learn how to rely on others sometimes.
Got it.
That does sound like something that father...
Hey!
Are you going to stay here for the next few days?
Looks like it, yeah.
Excellent. I will host a
For real? Then Paimon wants to...
Another implies that you were already served some delicious cake while you were up there. Well, next time, you're going to...
А могу сюда выпуск? Это с этим? Кем выйти с этим?
You guys are back?
You guys didn't get caught and thrown back down here, right?
Huh? No, not...
And here I thought you'd managed to escape from jail during all the commotion. I'd held you up as legendary jailbreakers, but now you're...
We're sorry.
All right. There's no need to get caught up in the details. We're just relieved to see.
Hey, it wasn't just me. Weren't you super worried as well?
Something like that, yeah. I was also transferred to work in the kitchen a few days ago. I can still hear Quisto mumbling to the carrots. Or those two... Whenever he'd say that, I'd tell him I'm sure they're fine. Wherever they are, they're kicking back with...
Hey, there's nothing wrong with worrying about your prison pals. Is there?
These two. They sure are a lot warmer and friendlier than when Paimon first met them.
Oh, well, if you say so. I'll be watching you to make sure you finish.
Это здесь также. Так, это и...
Zijwing! Traveler, Paimon, you're back! Are you still doing alright? Did either of you get hurt?
We're fine, but what about you guys?
It was a few people sustained superficial injuries, but that's about the extent of the damage. Monsieur Nervulette paid us a visit. Oh, of course. We must also thank you.
How did Nervulette know that he was needed here?
Well, Monsieur Nervulette has strong resonance with the hydro element. When the water level... I ran into the bombshell bros while bandaging the injuries of the wounded. They were mumbling the whole time about how you just ran down without a... If you're not too pressed for time, just let me know if you get a craving for any particular dish, so I can have Mr. Walsey get your meal. I'd like to take the opportunity to spend some more time observing your facial muscles as well. Your happy smiles are quite contagious, you know. There's...
Так, ну и Гризли. Ну как-то не забыл. Здорово. Подняться? А, здесь. А, эти, я думаю, с этим бомбой.
Courier, Miss Zijwing told me you still haven't eaten.
Yeah, I was working on something.
That's no excuse for... Huh?
Courier, Lurvine, we're back!
Hello there. It's been quite the mess here recently. How have you been?
And you? Are you still taking the secret passageway from the infirmary to work on the ship?
Yep. That is still top secret, though.
It can be a bit annoying when there are lots of people in the infirmary, but I still prefer taking that route.
I mean, the infirmary does make it easier for you to slack off.
Oh, yeah? Then why are you also here so much?
You two really are just using your jobs as a cover for your relationship, aren't you?
Not at all!
О, слезли. Сразу все.
Do my eyes deceive me, or did I just see two inmates come back after making it to the surface? Some strange wind.
We wanted to see how the fortress is doing. Is everything still all...
We're fine, for the most part. Nervulette came down and took care of the worst of it.
If that's the case, why don't you just ask him to stay here?
Oh, yeah, what a brilliant plan. Let's go convince the Udex himself to exchange the Courts of Fontaine for a puddle of water in the middle of nowhere. He came here in a hurry and left without even stopping for a cup of tea. He did remember to...
He sure sounds super...
Miss Clorand has left as well. She also took her gift from Miss Siege.
Were the gifts milkshakes?
Nervulette got the milkshake. Clorand received lipstick instead.
Those aren't even remotely alike.
Well, it's Nervulette's own fault for making Zijwing worried about his health by working so much. But besides that, our head nurse is still... Oh, and I have some gifts here for you as well.
Are these from Zijwing?
Nope, they're from yours truly. You've already wrapped up your work at the fortress, so you can return to the surface at any time. You haven't yet served your full prison term, however, so you may continue to use your...
For real? Then we could stay here for a really long time?
You may access the cafeteria. Just remember to come complete your paperwork once it's time for your release.
Так, ну скорее всего конец сюжетки.
We're back in our cell again. We're no longer prisoners though, so it really doesn't feel the same. Sure feels that way. But the truth is, we never did anything bad to be... Huh? How did you know? Hey, that's not true! Alright, it's like we've now gone to so many places together and become friends with so many... There are so many bad things in the world, and we're just two people, but we've still been solving problems no matter... You're counting Paimon today? Aren't you the only adventurer here? Then let's ask Catherine to give Paimon an adventurer handbook as well! Paimon will also be an adventurer from today forward! Just our thoughts making Paimon giddy. The last time we fell asleep here, we woke up to a whole mess outside our cell. The primordial seawater... We should be safe now, right? Alright then, good night to you, traveler.
Что за пиздец? Ранее катастрофы. Так, сюжет качалась. Закончилась. Ладно. Ну что ж, сюжетка закончилась. Я надеюсь, все-таки Фурина гидроархонт, блять, а не просто тот человек. Ну, скорее всего, гидроархонт, блять, хули, блять, она же важная шишка. Ну, скорее всего, Фурина это архон, ну, как всегда, в принципе. Она является, скорее всего, как питомец сегодня. Только если посмотреть, как они разговаривают, это, конечно, там, да. Выглядит здесь наоборот, конечно, так что, да. Надеюсь, в 4.2 версии я буду поактивнее играть, чем сейчас, потому что, ну, во-первых, я бы хотел Фурину выбить, потому что мне вот нравится по характеру. Так что, скорее всего, в 4.2 версии я буду уж играть почаще, чем сейчас, так что увидимся, скорее всего, в Роблоксе в воскресенье, либо в понедельник. Я надеюсь, я снова не проебусь с режимом, как с тем, который я говорил, то, что буду записывать. Этот режим я точно могу записывать, так что, скорее всего, увидимся в Роблоксе. Всем пока-пока. Так, запись готова. Так, ну, стрим, в принципе, тоже можно. Что тут делать? Стрим-то, блядь, нахуй уже не нужно. Ну, стрим это как видео тоже хули у меня. Потому что людей же никто не смотрит. Если бы смотрел несколько людей, конечно, то я бы записывал до сих пор. Ну, поскольку людей-то не смотрит стрим, то я вряд ли буду смотреть. Так что стрим я тоже буду заканчивать. Всем пока-пока. Увидимся. В принципе, когда, скорее всего, следующая обнова будет. Roblox я вряд ли буду стримить, потому что вряд ли глобально какие будут разные режимы там. Если только фарм, может быть, ну фарм вряд ли кому-то будет интересно. Так что увидимся, скорее всего, в следующем канале. Пока-пока.